Oh, ladies and gentlemen, and hopefully my audio is working. Let me know if it's not. Welcome to a second debate with another person. Now, for those of you who don't know, the person I'm about to debate, they're the ones that originally asked. And gentlemen. Oh, geez, I'm hearing myself in my own stream. We're fine. Don't worry about it. It's one of the many issues and errors and mistakes that I'm sure will happen during the next, I hope, 2 hours as we discuss various things that are discussed. I don't really know what's going to be discussed. I tried to limit what was going to be discussed just for the sake of time, but honestly, I'm kind of feeling like I want to scrap that idea and just let you go nuts. See what happens. I'm feeling a little loosey-goosey today. So, really, I don't know if you want to introduce yourself to explain what all of this is.
All of what actually is just basically what we're going to be discussing, or what?
Sure. What do you think we're going to be discussing?
Okay, we're going to be going over the World Trade Center. Then from there on, I'll basically give you a little bit of a rundown pertaining to the 9/11 orphans. That's now buildings 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the Bankers Trust that most people don't know about. And obviously just go into a little bit of the 9/11 truth movement and some of the stuff that they've been up to over the course of the years. And I think you'll basically appreciate that, because obviously you've got an issue with people disputing the official narrative. So
no. I don't have an issue with disputing the official narrative. I have an issue with people thinking they've disputed the official narrative when they haven't. And it's not really I have an issue. It's just I have the ability to correct them, and I feel like I'm making the world a better place by making it more educated. And that's sort of the idea.
Okay. No, but that's interesting then. So yeah. So do you want to get into it?
Sure. I mean, go for it.
Okay, so just one request that I do actually have is, if I'm basically showing videos and all of that, what you did previously when you had MES on is you cropped it down to a small little TV screen in the background on your green screen.
Oh, I make it larger.
So yeah, okay, fine. So that'll be great. So just before we basically get into it, I also want to get, if we can call it that, a place of where we agree or don't agree or whatever. So you previously mentioned that you were around about 9 years old when 9/11 happened, correct? No, because you're 32, so that makes you 9 years old on 9/11.
I want to say, yeah, 9 feels right.
Okay, so I was 23 when 9/11 happened.
Sure.
So I had a little bit of, I could basically already see that what happened and what the TV was telling us is not completely feasible, that a small little plane can take down a 500,000-ton building. So that already fazed me a bit, but because I'm South African, it didn't really impact me that much. And I know for a fact a lot of the kids and stuff that were at school and saw it on TV basically were told, okay, fine, when you get back home, you might have mom and dad that are a little bit freaked out, and it might just change the whole atmosphere in the house, because obviously it was a majorly traumatic event, one of the biggest attacks that Americans
huge problem
have seen on US soil ever. So,
now, when you say you could already see it wasn't possible, can you explain what exactly led you to believe that?
Look, just the way that the building just frothed up into dust in midair. If you go and look at various controlled demolitions all around the world, there's a YouTube channel on with a controlled demolition specialist guys. So you won't be able to find any controlled demolition that actually looks like what we saw on 9/11.
Well, that's probably because controlled demolitions don't involve flying a plane into a building.
No, just the basic controlled demolition just doesn't look the same way. It doesn't froth up into dust the way.
Right, because they plan it ahead of time so that it doesn't do that, and it's not a plane.
the other aspect or talking point with regards to fire is no other buildings in the history has ever basically collapsed due to a weakened structure due to fire. There are
and how many other
of
buildings in history were hit by a 727 or 767-200, and then the building next to it was hit by 767-200, and then the damage to structures damaged the pipes underground, which made it difficult for fire to put out the ensuing damage and fire.
No, we'll get to that.
Were there? I just since you brought it up just now, were there other buildings in history where that's happened?
Well, the Empire State Building was hit by a plane and it didn't collapse.
And is the Empire State Building built the same as the World Trade Centers, or maybe it was a little more structurally stable? Do you know the difference in the size of the plane that hit the Empire State Building?
It was a bomber plane.
Which holds like 12 people. I don't have the exact number. Much smaller plane.
Not exactly the same size or whatever, but once again, it's irrelevant.
It's absolutely if you brought it up, it's relevant.
Will collapse due to that, but we're not going to talk about.
Well, it will though because it did. So
with regards to that, you've already had your discussions pertaining to planes.
You literally just brought it up.
No, but once again, I just mentioned that what we saw on the day just didn't make sense.
So well, it didn't look like a controlled demolition because it wasn't a controlled demolition. Got it.
No, it wasn't.
No, I'm with you there. We agree on that. I also agree it doesn't look like controlled demolition.
Well, it was also not a building that basically frothed up into powder due to small little office fires.
And before the Wright brothers flew an airplane, powered flight wasn't possible, and yet we know that airplanes exist. So there always has to be a first, right? And just because something hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it will never happen, right? I am not the king of Prussia, but if I invented a time machine, maybe I could become that. We don't know yet, right? If we're going to say absurd things of, well, nobody's ever seen it happen before. You know what? Actually, that was an absurd example. Nobody's ever seen a laser take down a building. Does that mean it's impossible?
That's also a straw man fallacy. Nobody's ever mentioned or said or made.
Judy Wood said laser.
No.
Judy Wood said laser. When MES, she wrote a book where she says laser.
No, she did not. She
Judy,
talks about field interference, but can I just...
And a directed energy weapon, which would be a laser.
No, there are various different types.
Well, then you should probably read her book.
Energy weapons. So, yeah. So let's just get back to what people saw on 9/11 and what they basically experienced and what it was all about. So I just want to quickly share this with you. So let's just quickly have a listen.
But 9/11 was an attack on human consciousness. It was a form of trauma-based mind control. And you think of children, you have trauma and they end up with a split personality of a type of schizophrenia to avoid having to deal with that very unpleasantness. What was 9/11? People compartmentalize that. And so they have their regular life, but then the 9/11 stuff, it's a trigger that triggers aggression. And I understand you had a guest on recently, Neil Sanders, who said it very well about,
That's right.
Like, let's grab the pitchforks and let's go get them. We got to go get somebody. And I saw that on 9/11. And that's what really upset me about the most is when I went into campus, I started out at home figuring stuff out. Then I went into campus, walked up the stairs, and there's these two faculty members saying, we got to go take them out. We got to take them all out. They're already with their pitchfork in hand, ready to go get the witch on their witch hunt. And that was scary. Like before they even know what happened, they just, they're given like the scent of a rag for a bloodhound and go get them, go sick them.
Within 45 seconds of the second hit at the World Trade Center, the Fox News anchor solved 9/11.
There was a pilot who flew. There was another one. We just saw another one. We just saw another one apparently go. Another plane just flew into the second tower. This raises This has to be deliberate, folks.
Well, that would begin.
But 9/11 wasn't a
OBL.
Tower of the World Trade Center. Now, given what has been going on around the world, some of the key suspects come to mind: Osama bin Laden.
And then we just heard OBL. Osama bin Laden. The government has never even tried to prove it's a OBL story. It's a fiction.
He is always poised to strike again. Immensely wealthy man and a very private man. He has been granted a safe haven by Afghanistan's ruling Taliban movement. And during his time in hiding, he has called for a holy war against the United States and specifically for the killing of Americans and Jews.
Okay, so obviously 9/11 was a major traumatic event for a lot of people, and there's actually a lot of people still that just can't even.
Yes, thousands of people died.
Think about what transpired that day, and that there might be even U.S. military involvement in the attack of that day, and that has been covered up by the U.S. government.
Well, we can speculate all sorts of things, but I can speculate the penguins from Madagascar did it. That doesn't mean it's true.
Well, basically, Dr. Judy Wood's 2007 QTAM court case, and the gentleman who was also standing
the one she lost,
he used to work for the Bush administration. He also filed a QTAM case in 2007 for science fraud against NIST for the airplane.
Yeah, she lost that case.
Also, Dr. Wood, with regards to NIST and the NIST reports, 23 NIST subcontractors pertaining to the reports that didn't even discuss the collapse of the tower. It basically stated up until the initiation of collapse. So that was fraud because they were paid to investigate.
She claimed that she lost that case.
Yeah, unfortunately, she lost the case. Yes, because your courts are corrupted, and she was taking.
Or because she didn't have evidence of what she was claiming.
Subcontractors. So that is already a huge undertaking to take for a single person. She didn't have.
And she lost. She didn't prove it. Just because she filed a lawsuit is not proof that something happened. It's proof that she filed a lawsuit. It's proof she believes something.
In the summation of the court case, when the Supreme Court basically has the option,
dismissed
they
it,
decide whether or not they listen to a case or not. And the judge actually said in his summation, I am ignoring the law by not listening.
Because it wasn't, she was suing for the wrong thing. No, she was saying there was fraud, and she didn't establish what the fraud was. Fraud in this case, I believe the Supreme Court ruled. Hold on. No, she didn't, and the Supreme Court called her out on it, and that's why they dismissed it, because they said you have to have some sort of financial connection to it for it to be fraud. You don't have that. The court below the Supreme Court, that's how fraud works in the United States.
Subcontractors were tasked with,
and she made that claim, and it failed. It failed at every level.
The NIST report and the 23 NIST subcontractors did not investigate it. The NIST report basically states up until initiation of collapse. So they basically investigated everything until after the major explosions happened in the building, after the so-called planes hit, and up until initiation of collapse. So that short period, whilst the buildings were burning for an hour and a half or whatever, that is what they investigated, nothing else. And that is
okay. So they investigated exactly what they investigated. Go on.
Because they took money from the U.S. taxpayers.
They were paid to do a study that they did.
They did not.
Where's the fraud? They were paid to do a study that they did.
Well,
they weren't being paid to determine if space lasers did it. Why would they be paid to determine if space lasers? Were they paid to determine if the penguins from Madagascar were responsible for the towers?
They were paid to investigate.
Then it must be fraud if they weren't paid to do every single investigation. Oh no! Oh, the government committed fraud because they didn't investigate the penguins. That darn government.
Did not investigate the collapse. You can argue about it all the time, and you can say penguins that. They did not investigate the collapse. That is one of the main reasons why most people don't are against or taking on this. That's why the whole 9/11 truther movement started. That is why the victims that died in the buildings and their families sued the government as well. That's why the commission report was written, which was
And
also
did they
flawed.
succeed?
So that is unfortunately the issues. So I also just want to mention.
And did they succeed?
Sorry?
Did the lawsuit succeed?
Unfortunately not, as I already
They
mentioned.
did not.
As I already mentioned, your courts are corrupted.
Prove it.
The U.S. military-industrial complex were two of the main defendants in the case, along with 21 other subcontractors, and the judge
and
said in his summation he's ignoring the law by not listening.
If I wrote
to
in the
case.
Penguins of
That was
Madagascar
all due
as
to the
defendants in the case, are they responsible for the towers just because they've
Smith-
been written in as
Smith
defendants, or is that
Mountain
ridiculous?
Act that was basically stating that one cannot, what's the wording again? You can't submit fraudulent reports to the
And she failed to
to the
prove they
government.
did.
So that's why initially
And
when
she failed to prove
submitted
they did.
a request for correction that made her a whistleblower, and that is why she was allowed.
But she's
to
not a
then
whistleblower. She's
sue
not
them.
on the
She
inside.
was a whistleblower because she
No,
pointed
she's someone
out
who went, I
fraud
don't
in their
understand this.
reports, dear sir.
Can somebody say something? And the government's like, what is there to say? It wasn't a space laser. And she's like, but did you investigate that? I'm going to write you in as a defendant. That means you did it. If, listen, quiet time, listen. I'm not listening to you. Listen to me. I have no idea what you're saying to me right now.
Listen. Or anything. She's never mentioned anything like that. The only thing that Dr. Wood did is she looked at the observable evidence at ground zero and all the various aspects, and then concluded after empirical study that it points to some sort of directed energy
Listen. I have no idea what you're saying right now. I'm not listening. Listen.
Effects.
Hey. Hold on. Don't ignore this question. If I filed a lawsuit against the government, said there was a fire on Fifth Avenue, I've included the defendants for this. They were never investigated as defendants. They are the Penguins of Madagascar. Does me writing them into the lawsuit make them responsible?
Dr. Wood went off.
Nope. Answer the question. Nope. Don't know what you're saying. I'm going to talk over you. You answer the question. I'm not playing this game. I'm here to have fun right now. I do not know what you're saying to me. I'm just talking. Okay, so I'm going to ask the exact same question. I'm going to.
You're not letting me.
Oh, what a darn shame. You're not answering my question. So, once again, if there's a fire and I say, hey, government, I think these penguins did it, and I'm mad at you for not investigating that the penguins did it, I'm writing them in as defendants of a lawsuit, does that make them responsible for the fire?
Dr. Wood has
Stop
never
talking.
Pointed a finger to
I'm going to put you in
anybody
timeout.
saying who did it or anything like that. She basically looked at the evidence and said the evidence.
Okay, you're now in timeout because you're not answering the question. I'm going to count to 10, and then we're going to unmute you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now I'm going to unmute you. Well, you might have to unmute yourself, actually. I don't think I can unmute you after I've muted you. If you wouldn't mind. And then I'm going to ask you the exact same question. And while he's figuring out how to unmute himself, MES, welcome. You lost the last debate after I did the math. That was my math. I did it. Sorry. I don't know if he knows how to unmute himself or that he's muted. So until he figures that out, hi, chat. How you doing? I have no idea what he's doing right now. He's... What is this? What is this? Oh, no. Oop. I genuinely don't. Revisionist. Oh, MES, you seem to be upset about the mustache. He's still muted. I can't unmute him after I've muted him. I'll raise my hand. Yeah, I'll lower my. Okay, we're letting him figure it out. I don't know what he's doing. The reason I'm in this, by the way, MES, is because I just came back from a CIA mission, super top secret stuff, but I didn't have time to change out of my my professor persona that they've crafted for me. Real CIA level stuff here. Revisionist, you're gonna have to unmute yourself. You didn't do the math. I literally did it in front of you, bud. It's algebra. It's high school level math. A child could do it. I'm sorry you're bad at math. Oh, you're back. Hello. So I have a question for you. If there's a fire down the street and I say penguins did it and I'm mad at the government for not investigating it and I sue the government for not investigating it and I name the penguins as defendants, did the penguins do it?
No.
No, they did not. So adding someone as, thank you, by the way, adding someone as a defendant does not make them culpable merely for being a defendant. And making allegations does not mean that they are true. I'm glad we could get to that point.
Okay, and I'm now going to repeat myself again very slowly that hopefully you can understand it.
Oh, I'm sure I'll be able to sort of piece it together.
23 NIST subcontractors took money from the US government and the US taxpayers to investigate the collapse of the Twin Towers. Can you understand that?
Yes, I understand they were paid to do a job. Go on. I understand how jobs work.
So what was the job? Investigate why the towers collapsed.
Bingo.
Okay, and where did the NIST report stop?
Well, why don't you tell me?
Up until the point of collapse.
So that's what they were paid to do, I assume, yeah?
The collapse. So the 10,000-page NIST report is basically worth nothing.
So they did what they were paid to do. Go on.
What they were paid to investigate. That's the issue.
And they found a source of the collapse, and they went, all right.
No, they did not.
We did what we were. They literally did. It's in the report. You've read it, right?
I have read it, and it's a bunch of bull twang.
So you don't understand it. So you've read it, and you don't understand it.
Investigate.
So you didn't understand it.
Please. Let's just go back to the screen sharing. Let me just quickly show you. Let me just get back onto my stuff. Where is your share screen? Okay, back to all my aspects. Okay, so quick question. If we are not able to ask skeptical questions or to interrogate those who tell us something is true, to be skeptical of those in authority, then we are up for grabs for the next charlatan political religious who comes along. So
well, if you ask questions and you don't like the answer, that doesn't mean the answer is wrong. Right. You're allowed to, I'm allowing you to ask questions. I'm just telling you that the answer you think you have is wrong. Oh, I agree you should be able to ask questions. And I'm letting you ask questions. Nobody's stopped me from asking questions. Just because you ask questions doesn't mean that whatever you assume the answer to the question is correct. See, I'm just asking questions crowd, when they don't like the answers and it becomes, you're stopping me from asking the question. Nobody stopped you. You asked the question. But by having a hypothesis, you do not also automatically have a test to that hypothesis, a successful conclusion to your science and studies.
Okay,
asking a question.
Correct?
I was, yes.
Okay, super. So
if I suspect someone, that is not a conviction.
The best way to go into certain aspects is to follow the scientific method. So let's listen to what the scientific method is to the benefit for your audience. So obviously that's the rubble, and that's what used to be there.
I proved that
In the front,
mathematically there was
we've got
enough
building
rubble last
3.
debate.
So let's just, and each tower was 500,000 tons, with 200,000 tons of steel that basically made up the core and the outer perimeter of the towers each.
The scientific
You
method,
say so?
as it came into being during the Enlightenment period, is a method of thought known as empiricism, or as the empirical method. Under the terms of empiricism, all conclusions are, must, and can be drawn from observable evidence, and from observable evidence only. Evidence must precede any and every conclusion to be drawn from it. Then, if sound logic governs the relationship between evidence and the conclusions drawn from it, that conclusion will be irrefutable.
Do you agree with that statement?
No, I do not, because drawing conclusions from evidence does not make that evidence irrefutable. It strengthens the conclusion based on the connection. But are people sometimes falsely convicted of a crime?
Oh, definitely, yes.
So, but there was evidence, right? There was evidence that tied them to that crime.
No,
but they were falsely convicted.
And it can also be...
Nope. Don't be playing that game. Sometimes.
Okay, I'm not actually playing a game.
You're introducing this whole planting. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Sometimes, in cases where no evidence is planted, people are sometimes found guilty of a crime they are later discovered to not have committed. You don't have to have planted evidence for that to happen if a jury convicts you of the crime because they have been convinced that you have done it. You do not need planted evidence for that. However,
a lot of people
stop talking.
New evidence comes to
stop
light as well.
Talking.
No, you
stop.
No, why
I will
should
mute
stop
you again.
talking? We're having a
Stop
conversation.
talking. And you're muted again. All right. This is evidence, since you like we like evidence. This is evidence that sometimes, even though there is a connection, there's a plausible result that, good golly gosh, what we get at the end of that investigation is not correct, even though we thought it was. Thank you, Matt.
Just because it offends
you may
me.
unmute yourself now. Also, I've broken my pen somehow. So I guess I don't get to... I'll just type notes instead. That'll work. How are you all? MES, I'm going to mute you too, if you keep going after my chat.
So are you done
welcome
with
back.
your round? Can I now continue? Are you going to keep on muting me? Because
are you going to keep talking over me when I'm making a point?
Can I continue now?
You mean like you didn't let me continue?
Yes, sir. You interrupt. You've actually...
I was talking, you interrupted me. This is an example of exactly what that looks like. Is you start talking, I interrupt. It's kind of frustrating, isn't it?
Okay. So let's get into the following aspect that I want to bring over to you. And obviously you do have heard of the Architects for Engineered Truth and all those guys trying to tout the thermite aspect of it.
Yeah, I understand that thermite was proven to not be legitimate.
What they bring to the table. Do you have any issues with what they bring to the table?
The thermite? Yeah, the thermite was proven to not be legitimate.
No, okay. So let me quickly introduce you to James Fetzer. He was one of the gentlemen who started the 9/11 Scholars for Truth in 2005 with Stephen E. Jones, the nuclear physicist, and that's the gentleman who was pushing the whole thermite narrative, and that was also proven to be a bit of
false.
Correct. Science, and we'll get back to that. In
so I'm very, very troubled to have been forced to that conclusion that the men I made
co-chair of Scholars for 9/11 Truth when I founded it in December of 2005, actually was an expert in promoting what I regard as a limited hangout, the nanothermite theory, which, as I've explained, cannot possibly explain the data. In fact, just to illustrate its absurdity, Niels Harrit was an associate professor at the University of Chemistry at the University of Copenhagen, emeritus. When asked how much nanothermite it would take to destroy a twin tower, he said 29,000 metric tons. 29,000 metric tons of nanothermite to destroy a tower, Joe. I mean, how absurd is that?
Yes, on their misinformation publication that they put out with one of their DVDs, the architects and engineers for 911 Truth said that it takes 0.13 pounds of thermite to melt each pound of steel. Well, if you're missing 100,000 pounds of steel, tons of steel, how many tons of thermite? Exactly. Yeah, that they've absolutely proven themselves to be relaying false information if they can't even do the basic physics involved in that calculation.
Yeah, it's deliberate obfuscation, Joe. I mean, this is misleading.
Okay. So you tend
Okay,
to
so a
agree
lot of
with me
thermite
that
would be
it's
needed.
Completely and utterly impossible for the guys.
Well, yeah, thermite wasn't used.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm glad that we.
All right,
that's something
great.
that
We are
can
on
actually
the
agree
same
upon.
page.
So I just quickly want to jump back quickly. I forgot to ask you, seeing that you're 32, and you obviously check your analytics on your YouTube channel.
I really
regularly.
don't.
So
I actually don't.
What's the base age for most of your audience?
I genuinely don't know.
Well, it'll be interesting. Maybe you should look that up whilst
I'm sure it would be
I
interesting.
play you this quick aspect, because I just want to get back to why I got into the whole 9/11 aspect and what basically triggered it. Seeing that it was one of the biggest attacks on US soil, and you do agree with me on that aspect. So I've written a whole bunch of articles on Substack, so you guys can go look for me on Substack at 911revision.substack.com. And this is something that I found really infuriating in a way, because this was in 2022, and these are college students. And let's quickly just listen to what they know about what happened on 9/11. And Blue Bacon, I'd love to hear what you think of what they know about 9/11.
Doing this interview kind of like shows me like how little I actually knew about it. It's kind of scary.
Hey guys, it's Kara Zupkis with Young America's Foundation. As the 21st anniversary of the 9/11 terrorist attacks approaches, we're here at George Mason University, where we're talking to students to see just how much they know about what actually happened on September 11th, and if they think that their schools are doing a good enough job of teaching what happened on that tragic day. So do you know what major anniversary is coming up this weekend?
I do not know.
No, I don't think so.
I am definitely not really sure what's going on this weekend.
I have no idea.
This coming weekend, not Labor Day. Do not.
I do not.
No.
Not off the top of my head.
No, I'm not aware.
No, we do not personally. Nope.
Who attacked us on 9/11?
Who attacked us? What's the group called?
ISIS.
ISIS, yeah.
A terrorist. I don't know the exact name. I forgot.
I don't want to say the wrong. Iraq? Afghanistan?
It was, I believe, a group of terrorists that hijacked a few planes, flew them into the Twin Towers.
Osama bin Laden.
It was the terrorist group, yeah.
Okay. And do you know like what terrorist group?
Not specifically.
Dude,
no.
hold on. I just gotta think. 1 second.
Oh, yeah.
I did know. I did.
We were taught this.
Do you know who attacked us on 9/11?
Very loosely, not really.
Oh my God, I'm blanking on
Osama bin Laden and the terrorist group.
Yeah, it's a terrorist group. I just can't remember.
Do you know why they attacked us? Like what was their reasoning for attacking us?
I don't know necessarily the reason. I mean, they're just considered a terrorist group. I guess that's all we really have on that.
So that's quite a disconcerting, don't you think, Blue?
Oh, young people don't know a thing. If I had a nickel.
Yeah. Okay, but you were 9
Okay.
years old when 9/11 happened. Did they ever mention again to you until you got to college or anything like that? How much?
Yeah, I was pretty
did they
aware
ever
my
mention
entire
that again?
life.
Because
Well, you see, I was pretty involved in the CIA cover-up the entire time. Oh, I'm just kidding. No, that one was for MES. Yeah, I was familiar with 9/11. However, if you're born, because I was alive then. If you go to kids in college who are not alive then,
oh yes, obviously.
why
yes.
does it matter to them?
Well, it's actually one of the biggest events on US soil.
Oh,
I think
no.
People should discuss that a little bit more.
There are tons of events that I'm like, oh man, that was a big deal, but I don't really know the details because it never came up. Sherlock Holmes, for example, I have the collection of books. He's told in one of the stories that the Earth revolves around the sun, and he's like, and this is the smartest detective in print, right? Fictional detective, very smart, written by a guy who was actually a criminal investigations genius at the time. And he's like, I didn't know that. Why would I need to know that? That has no relevance to my life. Do you think maybe that sometimes people don't know things because it's not relevant to them?
Well, as soon as
your
9/11
evidence is that
as 9/11
younger
happened,
people don't know a thing that isn't relevant to them.
They brought in the Patriot Act. All of a sudden, you're now getting these lovable pat downs every time you want to fly. And
Darn, it's
the
almost
whole
like
world
people
basically
hijacked some
changed after
planes
that,
and
and
flew
then
them
your
into some
country went
towers.
into
It's
a
almost like there's a
20-year
reason
war.
for that.
No, it was actually huge, and people should actually know more.
It is
about
a big deal, and maybe they should, but do they need to? No.
I actually think so. This is not
Well,
every
you
single
have
day
that
that you've
opinion.
got 500,000
You have that
ton
opinion.
Buildings turning into dust in midair.
Well, they didn't turn to dust.
Well, they pretty much did.
People not knowing about 9/11 very well does not mean the building is turned to dust. It means that people don't know much about 9/11 because they're young,
worry,
and we don't know what they edited out. They could have edited out anyone that actually knew what it was.
Don't let your PTSD take over.
Don't.
Let's just quickly go through to the rest of the stuff.
Don't pretend that you're doing well here.
Oh, dude.
This Move on.
This isn't a competition. It's a discussion with regards to.
You're right. It's not a
on that day,
competition.
and unfortunately,
It's not a
you
competition.
think it's a competition, but I'm
No.
not here to have a
No.
competition. I'm here to have
This
a
is not a
discussion.
competition. We agree there.
So,
We agree this is not a competition. Just like we agree that it wasn't Thermite, and I think we can agree that young people don't know some things. Wow.
okay. So I want to bring in another aspect as well. It also comes into play with regards to what the official narrative was with regards to the temperatures in the rubble and all of that. And this is basically in 2023, I started asking questions to the 9/11 truther movement celebrities, if you want to call it that. And there was this one gentleman, his name is Wayne Costa, and he was trying to make the case for propel demolition due to paint on thermite, if you can actually believe that.
But it wasn't
Actually
Thermite.
bloody well ridiculous. And there was also a very interesting conversation around about in 2012 with former Governor Jesse Ventura and Alex Jones, where they were discussing certain aspects of 9/11 as well. So I
You
made
mean
a little bit of a mash.
Alex Jones, the guy that just had to pay over $1 billion for being wrong.
Yeah, that crazy guy, yeah, who thinks
Oh,
that
he's so
the
crazy.
water's making the frogs gay type dude.
Yeah, you
So
know,
he's been
yeah,
right
turn
on
the
certain
friggin' frogs
aspects
gay. Yeah, that
because
guy.
If you actually do the research, atrazine is one of the pesticides that they use on the.
Okay, don't get
on all-
distracted. Don't get distracted.
But don't worry, just go research atrazine and the studies that
Oh,
have been done.
don't get distracted.
So, yeah, let's
Yeah, the
jump to those
videotapes, the
ones.
firefighters reporting molten metal like a slurry or a steel mill or a volcano. Those are quotes. Giant pools.
What about the pictures of them dragging oxygen hoses all over the steaming supposed hot metal? If it were that hot, you wouldn't dare do that, would you?
So now we trust him.
Infrared photos of the molten metal.
Well, again, what melted the metal? Was it heat?
That's a very good question. It's also one of the first times I've heard Alex Jones speechless.
But if you go through the photographs of people taking the towers apart, doing the cleanup, I know Richard's got the big book, God, I can't remember his name, the big coffee table book with 1,000 pictures, 500 pictures. But at any rate, Richard, thanks for showing that.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Okay.
So, what metals were used in the
During the
towers?
cleanup, nobody reported seeing melted steel in these core columns. So we don't know when and where they were actually destroyed. And, you know, just like we don't know where the flight data recorders went to that they were reported, you know, maybe some things disappeared. And if so, we'll never know where those steel pieces might have been and what could have brought the core down.
There goes the second tower. Unfucking believable. There goes the second tower. Unfucking believable.
There's a whole lot of evidence and very weird things that happened at the World Trade Center. Okay, there are about 10,000 file cabinets that are missing. There's about 20,000 floor trusses and 220 acres of metal decking that's missing. The question is, where did it go?
Okay, so what metals were the towers made up of?
Steel.
And
What do you mean? And
what other metals?
Egyptian,
what was the
and all of that
cladding made
kind
of?
aspects. So okay, now I want to.
What was the cladding made up of?
Help you.
What was the cladding made up of?
What cladding? The outer shell was aluminium cladding.
It was aluminium or aluminum, which has. I'm sorry. The melting point of aluminum.
Remember,
what kind of?
We talk a little bit different in South Africa.
You know, I get that. That's not
okay,
the point.
I just
I'm
also
saying
want
for me.
to give you. Your audience a little bit of,
Is the melting point of aluminum lower than steel?
Excuse me?
Is the melting point of aluminum lower than steel?
I think so.
It's I think less than half.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
if and it's a big if, because as you've already stated, Alex Jones not entirely trustworthy, which is a well-known fact. If he's saying that's a quote from the firefighters, they're definitely he's a convicted he's convicted of I wouldn't say he's a convicted liar per se, but he was convicted of causing damages through lies, or at least causing damages. He is known to lie. This is a provable fact. So for him to go, oh, the firefighters are saying it's a quote. Okay, which firefighter? Who are you quoting? Because he does this. He just makes things up. Allegedly,
No, there's
my
actually
opinion.
testimony of firefighters talking about molten metal.
According to
and all
him,
that.
name the
No, I
firefighter.
can actually see.
Name the firefighter.
Give me 5 minutes and I'll just get you the clip of the guy saying
I don't
that.
want a
But
clip. I
once
want the name of
again,
the
that was
firefighter.
Misinformation. Now, I want to get back to...
How do you know that you're not being lied to by this alleged firefighter? You don't. You have no idea. You have Alex Jones saying, "Oh, I have quotes. I have quotes from people,"
Well, actually,
and he
there's
doesn't
actually
name
video
names.
evidence of the guy standing in the firehouse discussing it.
And you don't have that though.
And it's also
That's
part
so
of the firefighter
crazy.
testimony.
You chose to have Alex Jones talk about a thing that a guy said instead of having the actual guy say it. That's wild.
That was wonderful. Okay, so let's quickly help.
Well,
you
Methyl
also
Miner, if I could,
debunk
Methyl Miner hasn't been brought up
Stephen
yet.
Jones and his Thermite. So let's quickly play this for you so that you.
Yeah, he also believes
you
it's thermite, which you don't
One
believe.
statement you said,
So
well,
who do you trust? Him or not him?
found nanothermite. Well, no, they didn't. You know, if you read that paper,
They did not.
and
Correct.
I've criticized it as I would act as a reviewer for a material science paper, because I am a material scientist, and I've stated and explained why there is absolutely no reliable evidence of nanothermite presence in that dust based on the data that was reported in that paper. That is a paper that reviewers should have taught as just being untenable, that much more work was needed. And one of the main, just to give you one example of one of the fatal flaws in the paper, they analyzed for aluminum by putting dust on an aluminum holder, a pellet. You need a conducting pellet when you do these measurements in electron microanalysis. Well, they put a little bit of dust on an aluminum slug. You're always going to get an aluminum signal from that. There's no way to avoid it. And that's what they did. And when I pointed this out, they said, yeah, we know, but we're going to do it. We're going to do the measurements again on a different slug, on a non-aluminum slug. I said, great, send me the results when you get them. They never did it. So, you know, if you were to use one word regarding the results of that paper, it would be unreliable. And I'm being polite, okay? No, none of the people, the first author of the paper is not even a material scientist. He'd never used these characterization methods before. I taught these characterization methods at the graduate level at university for years. I know exactly what the artifacts are. They did all the things you should never do, and then they concluded something which you couldn't conclude based on their data, and then it became what everyone's talking about. So it's just not reliable at all. There's no evidence of nanothermite presence at all in the dust from that paper. Now, if in the recent year or two they redid the measurements and they published it, I didn't see it, well, that's something else. But the paper that everyone is citing and talking about, and that was even reviewed in the European Journal of Association Journal recently, a couple years ago, it's a nonsense paper. I'm sorry, but it's wrong, and it normally would not have been published. Now, I'm fine with people publishing things on the internet and having it critiqued openly and so on, but normally using rigorous peer review, that paper would not have been published. In fact, 2 editors-in-chief of that publication resigned over that paper, 2 in a row. So, yeah, no, you can't say there was nanothermite there, in my opinion.
So what I'm hearing is that some of these conspiracy theories, the papers that they're based on, were not peer-reviewed and they were wrong.
No, it was actually peer-reviewed, but other people looked
and
at
the peer review found it was wrong
and saw that.
I'm aware it was peer-reviewed.
The premise of it was completely and utterly wrong. So I'm just giving you tools to debunk the people who tend
We're
to
on the
say
same
that it's
page
wrong.
here.
Yeah,
we both know it's not thermite. Why are you trying to prove it's not thermite? We're on the same page.
Correct. And I want to also show you something else pertaining to the issues with regards to academia when it comes to 9/11 as well.
Yeah, so
I think you'll appreciate what Professor
So Judy Wood comes from academia.
The UK has to say pertaining to his 2020 paper that he wrote. So have a listen to this. I think you'll find it rather interesting.
Back in 2020, I published an article relating to the events of 9/11. And I said, why is it that academia won't examine the events of 9/11? Because there's a mountain of empirical evidence. It's an extremely important case. It could hardly be more important significantly. And there appears to be extensive evidence that the public wasn't told the truth about what really took place that day. So really quite a simple paper in that respect. I presented some of that evidence. And to my astonishment, tens of thousands of downloads and views of that paper, which is behind a paywall at the publisher's website, which indicates to me that it's probably universities, university libraries, and therefore academics that are mostly accessing the paper. A huge readership for an academic journal article, and almost no citations after 4.5 years. So in other words, a large chunk of the academic community has read it, is interested in it, but refuses to engage with it and refuses to engage with the subject matter of what really happened on the 11th of September 2001. So I find this profoundly sinister. It raises very interesting sociological questions about the nature of the profession and the nature of knowledge production.
Rather interesting.
Okay, so but then do you think that maybe people are looking at this going, well, it's not even worth my time because it's a wild conspiracy?
No, actually not. It comes back to people's PTSD and not being able
No.
to...
No.
Actually read the
Prove
paper.
that link. Make that link.
Details.
Yeah, people are upset about it, and then people are doing scientific reports on it. And just because people are upset about it doesn't mean that, okay, someone in let's say Australia who is like, oh, good day, mate. Oh, shucks, crikey. Hey, something happened over there. I wasn't directly involved, but I'm a scientist who speaks like this. I should do some science on it. Do you think that they're being stopped by some PTSD?
No, it's actually it's actually a peer-reviewed paper that he wrote.
It's a theory?
To gusubstack.com, read his article. You can download the paper as well for free, and you can go through it and see what he basically presents there pertaining to it, and you can make up your own mind.
Okay, but you've just established that the scientific community is getting things wrong.
And they don't even want to look at it because it's
nonsense. Why would you waste your time on nonsense?
For the fact that it was a traumatic event.
I proved the rubble pile was big enough with 10 minutes of high school level math. Why would I write a paper on it?
And have a listen to this firefighter and what he said with regards to surviving 9/11.
I was standing there thinking, we got 210-story office buildings. What's in an office building? Desks, couches, chairs, computers, whatever. In the 9 days I stood there, never saw a desk, never saw a computer, never saw a couch, never saw a chair, nothing. If you wanted to survive 9/11, you had to be a piece of paper.
You had to be something that blew away in the wind because it's light enough. What are desks made of? What are desks made of?
So whilst we on
what are desks made of?
So while we on
what are desks made of?
Whilst we on
what are desks made of?
What the survivors
what are desks made of? 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 I'm not listening to you. What are desks made of?
Between floors
what are desks made of?
It's wood, my dear sir, and there was
wood. It's wood. Wood. Oh my goodness! A whole bunch of, and does wood burn? Does wood burn in a fire?
So the whole
holy
on fire.
Great googly moogly! Does wood burn in a fire?
Let's move on to the next one.
Yes, now you want to move on. Does wood? Does wood move? No. Nope. Muted. Ladies and gentlemen, desks are made of wood. Wood burns in a fire at a much lower temperature than, say, I don't know, steel. And when wood burns, it becomes ash, maybe dust in the wind. That doesn't need you don't need a space laser to make ash in a campfire. That's ridiculous. Computers, also, low melting point. They burn pretty well. I'm not done. So couches, fabric, wood, little bits and pieces. Yeah, you want to know why you didn't see that in the rubble? It was ash. Because it burned in a fire. So I'm not done yet. Yeah, when you're saying, I only had, I'm muting you again. Hold on, let me talk. So when you're saying, where were these things? Then obviously a firefighter knows that things burn. And I didn't see anything in that that interview about molten metal. That's so crazy. It's almost like that's exactly what you expect to happen in a building fire. Now you may unmute yourself.
Dude, if you mute me one more time, I'm going
to. Oh, I'm really scared. I'm really scared of you leaving. Is it?
You want to control the narrative over here, and as soon as I talk,
if only you would leave.
That you don't like, you're muting me.
Oh.
This is just.
No. See, you won't answer a basic question.
Decent conversation whatsoever.
That's really then have a decent conversation. Answer my question about whether or not wood burns.
You're not allowing me to present my evidence, dear sir.
No. See, when you present your evidence, I get to then question your evidence and say, does wood burn? And then you get to answer that question.
Okay, so the towers were made out of wood now. Is that what you're proposing?
No. Did the firefighter say the towers weren't there? Or did he say that the desk, computers, and couches weren't there?
Okay, so computers made out of wood as well.
They're made out of plastic. Do you think plastic has the same melting point of, I don't know, steel?
Okay.
Do you think couches?
How many filing cabinets approximately were in both towers?
What are filing cabinets made of?
I'm asking you how many filing cabinets
what are filing cabinets made
in
of?
The towers?
Are they made of steel? Well, you guys, oh man. Well, the steel doesn't melt. They're very thin steel. They compress.
Found, sir? And how many were in the towers?
You tell me.
There was around about 45,000. How many did they find?
I don't know. I assume
Where did they find it? They found it in the basement in Ben and Jerry's. And when they opened it up, what
Okay,
did they
I'm going to
find
need a
inside
source
of
of
it
that.
after it was basically molded up to the size of a basketball. They found
All right, well,
unburnt
source,
paper inside.
because I don't think that you're getting that correct.
Okay, let's get on. You can go search that.
Now-
go Google it. Anybody in the
No,
comment
you bring it
section,
to
go
me.
Google how
No,
many
'cause I don't
filing
care
cabinets
enough.
were found.
Because I don't
at
care
ground
enough.
zero, and you will find there was one, and it was found with unburnt paper in it. It is a document.
Oh, do you think that maybe it was against an exterior wall and it fell out from the fire and the burning
No,
debris?
it was
Ah,
in
that's
the
so
basement
crazy.
level of the Ben and Jerry's. Not
The nearby
one-
building, so it fell out and crashed through a window because they have
Dude,
pretty
it
open
was
window
in the
storefronts.
basement level
Uh-huh.
in the shop Ben and Jerry's.
Oh, it's almost like it fell then, with
No,
enough
it did not.
force to enter the basement. Wow, you've established that things fell when a building collapsed. Congratulations.
The shop was located in the basement levels. They had
Oh,
some
there's
of
a
the
Ben and
invoices
Jerry's in the
on there
basement
and
of the
everything.
towers.
So it wasn't a filing cabinet.
so not
that fell out of one of
everything
the towers,
burned.
dear sir. So go do it. No plain Google search.
Do you
and
think
you'll
that
find out
firefighter,
it's
as
correct.
part of search and
Can I
rescue,
now go
was dealing
ahead
with the basement?
next part of my
Okay.
evidence that
Who
I-
was removing debris from the basement? Was it the
They
firefighters?
cleaned up the whole World Trade Center to clear it out.
No, the firefighters put out the
build
fire
new
and did search
stuff.
and rescue. You then had cleanup crews.
Dude, they were removing the rubble. There was a removal process.
Yeah, during the search and rescue?
operation
Yes,
ran
at some point
after
you
the
know there are no
first two-
survivors
after the
and you don't
first
have
2
to
weeks
have-
After they didn't find any survivors.
Uh-huh.
So then
And
it
how
became a
long after
cleanup operation.
how long into the cleanup did they get?
Operation.
At
That
what
took a
point during the
couple of
cleanup
weeks.
did they get into the basement?
Can I now go ahead with my next evidence
I bet.
that I would
Yeah.
like to present?
Run from that one.
Okay, let's go with the following one, the size of the towers and the survivor testimonies. So you can see building 7 is still standing in the background. There's an ambulance that was parked in the street in front of the towers of West Street. That's the small little rubble pile where 16 people survived. They were in stairwell B between floors 2 and 22, and we'll hear some of their testimony shortly. And just to give you an idea of the size, again, of how massive those buildings were and how small that rubble pile was.
Oh, the rubble pile
And
that I mathematically proved was
that
sufficient. Got it.
16 people survived in that small little stump of what was left of the
Congratulations
North
to
Tower
them.
and stairwell B. So just to give you an idea of the size and scale, it's as high as 10 Titanic, same around about weight as well. And this is basically as the South Tower started to disintegrate as well. Let's give you more of an idea of sizing for scale. The highest skyscraper we've got in Cape Town is around about 33 stories. So I don't think most people can actually realize how huge a 110-story building actually is.
I've found your filing cabinet thing, by the way.
Yeah, Ben and Jerry's.
Yeah, that was
Unburned
a filing
paper.
cabinet, not the only filing cabinet.
That is the only filing cabinet that they
It was not the only filing cabinet. That was one filing cabinet that is on display. That is not the
Okay.
only one that was found.
Something to
So you're
to
wrong.
Look at. Very important over here. Let me just go.
So
back
you're
a
wrong.
Small little section.
So
Okay,
you're
can I now-
incorrect.
Can I keep going, or
No,
do
I don't want you to move
waffle
past
on
this
and
one.
Just tell me when
I
you're ready, and then
no,
you can go on
no.
with this.
I think I want to stick on this. You were wrong about the filing cabinet? You found a piece that's in a museum? Do you think they put every filing cabinet scrap in the museum?
Go do another search. So that's the only filing cabinet, and it
It's
is
not.
on display.
Yeah, obviously it's on display. It's a good
Yeah,
bit of
this
like,
is the only
here's,
filing
look at this.
cabinet that they found.
It is not the only one they found. It is a single filing cabinet that's on display. They didn't put every filing cabinet on display. You've been lied to.
Okay, are you now over that point, can we proceed?
No. Is this you're still going to say this is the only filing cabinet?
Yes.
Okay, well then you're wrong. Now you may move on.
Great, wonderful. Can we proceed now?
After you.
Thank you. Okay, so basically after this 500,000 ton building came down, and if you look at the core columns at the bottom of it, it's not warp bent or anything like that. And you'll also mention all over the rubble pile, if you go do a little bit of your own investigation and you go look at all the various pictures that they took at ground zero, you would find that a lot of those columns where they bolted together, whatever, is still nice and flush and at a straight angle. So basically what happened is the bolts that kept them together basically disappeared, and they just are all there.
Well, I don't think they just disappeared
once again. But that's one point. So let's go on with the video so that we can just get to the survivor testimonies of the 16 people that were between floors 2 and 22, and especially Pascal Buscelli. He's called the 9/11 surfer. You can find some interviews with him on YouTube that he did in, I think, 2022, where he talks about how he was coming down from the 84th floor. Basically, when they hit the 22nd floor, they heard the building starting to rumble. The people that were with him, they ran into the 22nd floor, and he stayed in the stairwell and just jumped down halfway down the flights of stairs. And on the landing, he basically curled up into a small ball. And the next moment, he just fell through the air. But we'll get to a short clip of his testimony as well. So we just go further with regards to what the core was, so that you can see what that basically used to look like during construction. So all of that steel is missing.
No, it's not. No, it was there. Sorry.
Ambulance parked in West Street that hasn't got a dent on it.
It does, though. It's definitely damaged. There are other angles where you can see the window is smashed. The windshield is concave, so it's been struck, and there's damage to it. So
we're
just going to move past that. We're just going to move past your error again. You're going to run from that one as well.
Dude, that's not even a discussion. We're talking about...
You brought up the ambulance. If you don't want me to talk about the things you bring up, don't bring them up.
Okay. Moving along.
Yeah, I bet. Run. Run.
The size of the people. That whole building disappeared.
No, it went to it was on the ground.
In the background, you've got World Trade Center 3, to which we will get to later.
That's again, the MES actually currently in my chat trying to pretend that I thought
was left of that whole building.
Wait. Is this picture you're showing right now? Is that which tower is this?
Can we now please listen to the testimony of Mickey
Can you please
Cross?
answer my question? Which tower was that?
That was the North Tower that went down second, and that's where this clump that they show there, that's where the 16 survivors were survived.
Perfect. So that's what I was referring to when MES is now claiming that that's the... I want you to confirm, because MES is saying that is building 3, not 1 or 2. So can you confirm that's not building 3? No. That one that you just had up. Because he used that image as well.
The picture that you
Which it wasn't what? It wasn't 3?
Luke, can I have a chance to talk, please?
Can you answer the question, please?
That's what I'm trying to do. Just give me
Well, you're doing a real roundabout way of getting to it. Is that or is that not building 3 that you just showed?
When you were talking about the size of the rubble pile, the picture that you had up in the background was a picture of the stub that was left of Building 3, the Marriott Hotel.
Now, hold on. And that's where I said that was 14.75 meters, right? And I said that was 14.75 meters. And then I went, wait a second. MES, stop talking. Yeah, initially. And I was like, wait a second. You have stopped talking.
MES about the size or how many inches it was or anything like that. I'm telling you, the picture that you had up was a picture of Building 3. Okay.
And then I went, oh, wait a second, MES, you have a different one that actually says the rubble pile wasn't 14 meters, it was 20 meters, and that's one of the towers. So I used that one instead. It's almost like bait and switch.
A different picture.
So was he wrong about it being Building 3 or not? Because I used his I use, because if he's saying, well, you used building 3, well, my estimates on building 3 were smaller than his estimates using one of the towers. That only is a win for me because it only establishes there was more rubble.
Well, what I'm establishing now is
that you're
the
wrong.
Picture in the background. That's it. That's
The
all
bait
I have
and
to say
switch.
about that
Oh
interaction.
no. Oh
That's
no.
all
And then
that
I
have
went,
to say
wait a
about
second,
that
guys.
interaction, dear
Hold
sir.
on.
You had the
Oh,
wrong
you have a
picture
different
up.
picture.
Boom. End of story.
No,
Can we
you
move along
don't
now?
say. You don't say. Because check this out. I went, wait a second. If I'm using this, and this is 14.75 meters, but you're saying it was actually 20 meters at the towers, right? Let's use that 20 instead. So what building it was, that first image I used, doesn't matter because I went, ooh, my numbers were lower than yours. So, hey, let's check out your estimates. And your estimates actually established there is a larger rubble pile than my original estimates. So whether or not I used building 3 is irrelevant. That was the point. That was the entire point of that bit. Well, they said, wait a second, my estimates don't matter because you have provided estimates and they're larger than mine. And my smaller estimates already prove you wrong mathematically. That's the point. What are your concerns? All right.
You used the wrong picture in the story.
Pay attention. Pay attention to me. The second picture I used to be like, wait a second, why use this one? Why try to analyze my own when MES has provided me the 20 meters with one of the towers?
Dude, that was your discussion with MES.
That was his. That
was
his picture. That was the point. That was the point.
Go on.
Ooh, that was the
You
point.
made yourself look like a dick because you used the wrong picture.
Ooh,
So
and then I
can
used
we
his
move
picture
on,
to be like, oh wait, was I wrong to use this picture? Well, let's go pull something from what MES has presented. Oh, his numbers are higher. They establish even more rubble. It doesn't matter what I use because my numbers.
Can we move on, please?
Don't. Oh no, I'm a child. That's an ad hominem fallacy. We're bringing this button back. Let's go. So to reiterate, it doesn't matter what image I used initially because I went, wait a second. Let's use an image from MES because how is he going to debate his own assertion that this is a tower and it's 20 meters rubble instead of 14? And then we used the 20 meters. It's like, wow, it's even more rubble than I calculated. That's so crazy. That's so wild.
Are you done?
Are you ready to acknowledge that? Are you ready to acknowledge this?
Can we move on?
Are you ready to acknowledge it?
I'm not going to acknowledge anything, dear sir, because I'm talking about.
Because you're not willing to be
completely
wrong.
different.
Because this is an
You're
argument on
going
facts, it's an
about
argument of
something
faith.
That you had a conversation with 2 weeks ago. That's
And
got
you're bringing it
no
up now.
bearing on what I'm busy with at the moment.
So did he in his image use building 3 or not? I will not move on from this point.
I did not watch what he did.
So
You are
okay,
now
so he
talking
says
to me and we're talking
stop
about
talking.
Something completely different.
I don't care.
I want to have you listen.
Stay on
to
topic,
what
please.
The survivors in Stairwell B had to say. Can we move on, please?
Yeah, sure. Once.
Thank you.
We can move on once. It's a conditional. Once you say that it must have been one of the towers because MES said it was. So am I wrong or is MES wrong?
No comment. Can we move on, please?
So you know that he's wrong now.
No.
Then why are you in my comment section?
Frankly, dear, I don't give a damn.
Oh, but I
want
do,
what
and this is my
I'm
channel.
presenting. I don't care
That's
what you
too
and
bad.
me
Not right now, you're not.
discussed.
That's really a shame. So you're in my comments saying, you used the wrong building. That's not your voice. I just needed something different than mine. I'm sorry. That may be insulting. That's a fallacy on me. I'm going to call myself out for that.
In the background
Shush.
Can we move on, please?
No, we cannot. No, we absolutely can't. Here's the deal. So then I went, wait a second. This building, why use this when we have MES's own thing? And then that's what we used for math. So, does that make sense now? Does MES in the chat, does he understand?
Can we move on, please? I want to share the
no,
testimonies of the survivors.
No, we cannot. We can't
You
move
have
on.
wasted 10 minutes already.
That's really, no, you've wasted 10 minutes.
No,
I
you
need
have.
you to acknowledge this. Well, I'm sure you believe that. You believe in a lot of things that are wrong. So here's the deal. Was the second building I used for the math building 3?
Dude, I'll have to go re-watch your interview.
So you don't know.
your
But you're in
talk
my
with
comment
MES.
section. So you're in my comment section. You have no idea. You're just saying a
I'm in your
thing.
comment section at the moment.
You were, and you were saying it was building 3. Did you forget since this morning, last night?
The picture was building 3 that you used.
The initial
when you
picture might have
started
been,
talking
and then I
about it.
went, wait a second. Let's use his picture of one of the towers because, yeah, he can make an argument that my measurements are wrong. He can make an argument I'm using the wrong building. But how could he argue against his own assertion? Yeah? So I used that one instead. There were multiple facets to this. And now you are ignoring the second half
You're a
of the
broken
point.
record. Can I move on? I would
You
like
may
to
not move on.
discuss
I need you
and
to acknowledge
share
this.
The survivor.
No, you may not.
testimonies.
Nope. We're going to discuss this because you wanted to make a big deal about this 8 hours ago or however long it was. I can wait.
I can wait as well.
Great. Well, I'll just talk to my chat. Hi, chat. How you doing? We having fun? I'm having a good time. So let me explain it to you because I think he doesn't fully understand. And I think you guys understand because I've said it multiple times. I brought up a picture and I went, well, my estimates of this rubble pile are this. And I went, wait a second. Why use this when MES has done the same thing? He's done an estimate of rubble pile height. Let's just use that rubble pile instead.
Showing me what picture you're talking about. Then
You
I can
commented on
either
it, so
agree or
you must
disagree.
know. Did you forget within the last 8 hours?
Sir, when you started talking
Did you
about
forget?
that rubble pile and your calculations, the picture you had up in the background was building 3, and he pointed
And
it
then I
out
went,
to you.
and I'll
And
say
that's
it
when
for
you
like
nearly
I don't
fell
know
off
how
your
many
chair.
times. Here's the deal, bud. Okay. So, and then I went, why use that number? Why assume this is one of the buildings when I can take one of MES's pictures that he claims is of one of either 1 or 2 with a height that he has estimated? That was the point. Do you understand that? Where I said, oh no, you might call this out. Well, let's just use your numbers then. And I had that ready. That was the point. That was the bit. That was the play of getting him to go, I don't think, wait, say that again?
Can we move on now?
What was that? What did you say before that?
You felt you won. Great. Wonderful.
I won.
Round of
Great.
fucking
So
applause.
MES,
Can we move on now?
revisionist says you're wrong. And revisionist, I would like an apology for you being wrong in my comments.
No, because you used the wrong picture.
We're going to do this again. Okay. And then I used his picture of one of the towers and his estimates were larger and therefore it proved him wrong more. Does that make sense?
Picture.
You were commenting about it, so you must have known. Or would you like to admit, I'll give you an option. I'll give you an alternative option. Would you like to admit that you were commenting about something you didn't know about?
I was commenting with regards to the first picture you had up.
Uh-huh,
You were talking about
uh-huh.
your calculations for the size of it. So
You didn't know what you were talking about because you didn't know the full context. No, we cannot. So you didn't know the full context then. You didn't see the second half of it.
This is just,
all right,
just
bye.
fucking childish.
Have a wonderful day. All right, folks, we did it. We had fun. And I will agree, he was being very childish. So, chat, what do you want to say? What do we want to talk about? We have time. Now, normally I wouldn't have gone that hard, because Lisa says I can see why he was an interrogator. That was not really interrogation strategy. That was me having a good time, because I used the interrogation strategy with MES. And I believed he would assume I would do that again. And I did not. I went real hard in the paint and I just challenged him a lot. And he would not address those challenges because he is not here to be right. He is here to not be wrong. Because this, I as a matter of opinion, this is an argument from faith, not from facts. Because they have come to a conclusion that they believe to be right no matter what. And so any evidence for or against must be for. Any evidence that contradicts them must either be false or must actually prove a different element. So, for example, there's this idea Judy Wood has proposed with this directed energy weapons, the lasers. And they can claim that it isn't lasers all they want, but the community refers to them as lasers, because a directed energy weapon would be a laser of the type that they're referring to. Lasers can be a lot of things. Fun fact: light amplification by stimulated emission or emitted radiation. Is that what laser stands for? Yeah, it's just a way that energy is radiated out of something, in a way, I think. Anyway, it's a whole thing. You sort of get the photons, or the whatever the energy is, the electromagnetic energy, to be aligned really well, I think. So you don't have as much dispersion. You get the most energy from a point. I'd have to check how lasers work exactly. It's been a while. But they're making this claim, and they're like, well, I say they. MES was saying, and I have the conversation, I showed them before, well, it must have been a cold directed energy weapon because the thermal signatures don't support the theory of a directed energy weapon. Now, normally you'd be like, oh, if the thermal signatures don't support it, then it's not a directed energy weapon. It must be something else, like, I don't know, a plane. But no, now it becomes a cold one. The evidence against your argument now becomes evidence for it by just adding it in to a new place without evidence of it going there. You see this with sovereign citizens, not to say that there's overlap. You see this with really any conspiracist who's really deep into it. It's a matter of faith. They've come to a conclusion, and it doesn't matter what the facts are. Now, they will try to convince other people of the facts, but for them, the facts don't matter. And that's really disappointing from someone who is a math channel, and, well, from anyone. But I mean, MES runs a math channel, so I expect MES to know math. And then revisionists brought up the scientific method and doesn't understand the scientific method. And then when I was like, hey, here's the thing, they went, planting evidence? Like, no. What are you talking about? Yeah, Rodent, no last name. I also wonder where the frickin' shark, the frickin' laser beams are. So yeah, don't think that this is my best work. This was me having a good time at 10 in the morning with very little sleep. The mustache thing, I was going to do a bit where, like, oh, I'm a CIA agent, because MES thinks I'm a CIA agent. You can see in some of the comments where he says that, and talks about my handler. I don't have a handler. Do you think they would let me do this if I did? Maybe. I don't know. I wouldn't know. I don't have one. And so I've been trying to get him to tell me who my handler is, because obviously there's been a miscommunication with the Bureau or the agency, because I don't know who it is. So the bit was going to be, I'll reveal it now, because the whole thing is over. P. Barnes said, 9/11 revisited. You had me all excited for 14th of December. I'm still waiting. So, yeah, it was going to be, oh, yeah, I was on a special mission to steal all the balloons from children's hospitals in the area. And then he's going to be like, that's ridiculous. And I was going to be like, no, it's absolutely true. Prove me wrong. And then I was going to play his game against him. But that didn't happen because he wasn't willing to actually have a conversation. MES did sort of the same thing. And if you listen to it back, and I put out 12 YouTube shorts of it. And I think there's another one coming, just because I found some more while I was doing editing, where if I'm like, hey, no, that's not how thing works, and he'll be like, oh, stop being stupid. We saw it actually in the chat here where he's like, you're being a clown, stop lying, stop gaslighting, when all I'm doing is giving factual information about things. And he can't handle that, because this isn't about facts, it's about faith. So, what are your questions, chat? Oh, 9/11 Revisited said, nope, being disingenuous the whole time, interrupting and being a dick, and then dropping me off the call. You said you were leaving. Do you want to come back? You said, I'm going, I'm leaving. I went, okay, so I ended the call. That's what you said. You should have answered my questions when I asked them. I don't know what to tell you, because obviously this means more to you than it does to me. I do not care about you. I'm not saying you don't have value as a human. You could exist, and it would make zero difference in my life if you hadn't reached out. And you kind of, I don't want to say begged, but I've said begged before. I'll keep saying it. That's an opinion. That's not necessarily an accurate description of how you communicated. But you did come to me and you went, oh, you're too scared to do this, to have this conversation face to face, or, call him and talk to him about it. And I was like, bro, I know there's an option. Let's do that. And then I, of course, set one up with MES. And then you were like, I want one too. And so here we are. Sorry, like, I don't need to spend my morning being told things I know are stupid. Like, you convincing me that it wasn't thermite when I know it wasn't thermite. I'll be honest with you, I was really hoping you were going to bring up the nukes, because I know you have in the past, where you think, I believe you think that nuclear devices might have been used. Or maybe it's the opposite. I misread that. I don't know. wonderful stuff. But gosh, who Methyl Miner keeps being like, why aren't you bringing up the seismic data? I don't know. Why aren't they bringing up the seismic data? I'm ready to talk about it, but no one wanted to bring it up, I guess. Well, okay, in fairness, I did tell them that I wanted to limit the debate just for the sake of time, because you see how long it takes to get through a single thing when the other person won't have a discussion. It takes a while, right? I'm very willing. Very few fallacies in comparison. I mean, there were fallacies, but I didn't call out nearly as much because they're a little more subtle, and I didn't need the button. So well done there, revisionists. But yeah, if they had brought it up, I would have talked about it. And I did say in the beginning of the debate with revisionists, where I was like, we originally limited it to 3 topics. However, the topics he chose were very broad. I didn't know what he was talking about with 9/11 orphans. I was like the kids for the parents who died? No, he's talking about the buildings. Okay, yeah, buildings when hit by falling debris will sustain damage. Shocking, I know. So I sort of went, you know what? I'm not going to take this seriously, because he's not taking it seriously. If he was, he wouldn't be doing this. He would know better. This isn't complicated. 9/11 Visited said, plane videos dropping on my channel showing how wrong Blue is on the planes. Give it a watch. I did some great edits of Blue. You'll love them. Yeah, I bet you did. I bet. Just wait till my plane video comes out on why the plane can actually go as fast as it was calculated to go. Ron Muckle says it lacked primary and secondary waves. So it didn't behave exactly like an earthquake because it wasn't one? That's interesting. Almost as if it wasn't caused by an earthquake. But it was measured on seismographs, because that's the thing that can happen. Yeah. Explain it now? Okay. So, explanation. Judy Wood doesn't know how earthquakes work. Her math is wrong. She used a logarithmic base 30 to get 1.5, when it's actually, for the Richter scale, it's log 32 equals 1. Not 1.5. So her math is already flawed. And she doesn't understand how seismic energy travels through the ground. She says, and I'm going to try to get as close as possible. She says, referring to the Seattle King Dome controlled demolition, which obviously behaves differently, as our friend revisionist pointed out. A controlled demolition behaves differently than a plane flying into a building that then collapses from that, right? She says, the King Dome was on sort of softer ground. We'll call it soil. That may not be an accurate description. Whereas the towers were anchored into bedrock. I believe these are accurate statements. She says, a building falling onto soil, loose ground, is like hitting a mattress with a hammer. A lot of that force gets absorbed. But a building that is anchored to bedrock, collapsing, those seismic waves will be more like a hammer hitting a tuning fork, and it will ring out. It'll have a much stronger effect. This is not correct. She has a PhD in material science, then she has no excuse for being wrong. That's not the flex you think it is. Uh-oh, my camera just froze. Why did my camera freeze? There we go. Oh, no, it's freezing again. Weird. So, yeah, that's not the flex. And having a PhD in material science is not a PhD in seismography. I don't know if that's the term. Those are 2 different fields, by the way. So what she has gotten wrong is that, yes, the waves that travel through bedrock ring out more. They travel faster than waves that go into looser ground. I'm going to give you some physics. Joules, kinetic energy, right? How much energy? If I throw this button, the screaming go, boom, and it hits something, there is kinetic energy from that impact. And it's based, I think it's 1/2 mass time velocity squared, I think. So if you have this, if you're trying to achieve the same kinetic energy level in joules, and you want it for 2 objects of different mass, right? let's say oh God, my camera is just freezing. Let's say I have this and I have, I throw this cup. This cup is heavier than this button. So to achieve the same kinetic energy output, I would have to throw this slower than this. So although this is traveling faster, it's actually smaller to achieve the same kinetic readout. So Judy Wood is arguing that waves in bedrock should be stronger. They're not. They are faster. The energy doesn't change. It's the same. I mean, it bleeds off, but it doesn't increase energy. You can't increase energy. So if it's moving faster through bedrock, then the amplitude, which is what is measured on seismographs, part of the Richter scale, the amplitude will go down because the speed increases, but the energy is the same, if not dropping. Through loose soil, the readout will be higher. She is arguing that the readout, or the seismographs, the readings should have been higher at the towers because it was in bedrock. That is the opposite of how it should be. They should actually be lower for the same type of collapse in bedrock than it would be in looser soil for the kingdom. She's arguing it backwards. She has it wrong. She does not know what she's talking about. She makes an assumption and then she tries to make it sound good. She is incorrect. The amplitude of seismic waves going through bedrock is less than when it's going through soil. It's so good. Methyl miner, I don't care. She's wrong. Her math is wrong. She doesn't understand how the seismic waves travel through ground. She has no idea. I'm so sorry that she wasted her life, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you other than she's wrong. And it's provably wrong. So good. Actually, the Empire State would have caused more damage. Maybe. I don't know. The Empire State didn't collapse. Teddy Bear says it took 14 years to build the 8 towers, only 13 months for the Empire State. Do you mean 14 years for the entire complex? You sure about that? Yeah, the complex took over 13 years. But there are 7 buildings in that complex. I believe the towers took about 2 years each. You also have an S wave and a P wave in building demolitions, and you're saying that there wasn't an S wave and a P wave. So that seems like it wasn't a building demolition, which we know it wasn't, because planes hit the buildings and they collapsed. I'm aware it was not a controlled demolition. Now, whether or not that is true, that there are always P waves and S waves and, the wave, I don't care. She is wrong. Building 7 was 0.6 mag. Well, because it was a smaller building and it didn't pancake like the Kingdom did. It went, and you have the rubble basically dispersing its own energy as it falls, as it hits itself and then goes conical. Now that's, for the towers at least. I don't know about building 7 specifically, but yeah, things hit the ground. They sure did. Things hit the ground. You're right, Rod. Yes. Weak counterpoint. I'm sorry you have that opinion. I disagree with you. Counterpoint. Also, Empire State was hit with the plane half the weight, going quarter the speed, which is something like 1/32nd the force. Rodent last name, I don't know if those numbers are correct, but yes, the plane was... You know what? I have that information somewhere. Bear with me for a second, because I do have that. What was it was in my PowerPoint. It's something we never got to. Yeah, he made a lot of arguments today that proved him wrong, or were shockingly weak. Boo. Sorry, I'm having the Indiana Jones theme to myself. So is the ground damaged to cover these things? I mean, the ground was damaged, yeah. When I go out to the nuclear plant on the East Coast that's next to all the other nuclear sites, they would have taken out the whole East Coast, so they didn't? Okay, well, take that up with them. I mean, maybe it wasn't about killing as many people as possible. Maybe it was about sending a message. Al-Qaeda released a statement, I believe, saying, we didn't expect the towers to fall, but like, we're super excited they did. And then when the conspiracists came out, they're like, how dare you? How dare you take away our achievement? We're very proud of this. Shame on you. Which, take that how you will. But I don't think they wanted to irradiate the East Coast. They wanted to send a message probably against, Western capitalism, I assume. That would be my guess. All right, let me open this up. Yeah, they were planning on hitting the White House, and obviously that failed, which is good. Do I have that number here? I thought I did. Maybe I did. All right. Well, let's just pull it up. Bomber hits Empire State Building. We'll do this live. All right. B-25 Mitchell bomber. B-25 bomber. Weight. Because mass is important when it comes to energy. Also, the Empire State Building, I believe, was a lot more steel than in towers. All right. The maximum weight of B-25 Mitchell was 29,000 pounds. 29,300. Or... you know what? I'm seeing a higher number here. All right, B-25 history project. Let's check this. Do we have the max weight? Weight empty. Normal gross. We'll go with normal gross weight. 27,000 pounds. 27,051. All right. Now, for comparison, weight of 767-200. When empty, 178,400 pounds. So the bomber was, when empty, we'll do empty. When empty, the bomber is 20,000 pounds. When empty, the Boeing 767-200 is 170,000 pounds. Rough estimate. So we can maybe see how a bomber did less damage. You think a bomber? Well, a bomber is armored. It's a bomber. It's meant to destroy things. Well, yeah, but not by flying into them. That's not the point. The energy transfer, right? Okay, well, what's the max speed of max speed B-25? Is max speed. Okay, we'll get 272 miles per hour. All right. Boeing, and the 767-200 flight 175 was calculated to be going almost 600 miles per hour, 500 and something, 80 something. I don't know. So it's, let me give you a number. Let's say 170,000 divided by 20,000. It's 8.5 times heavier-ish, empty, and it can travel at double the speed. So why do you think it did more damage? This is a very checkable thing. If you're out here accusing people of spreading lies because you think that you have a solid argument there and you're not doing this math channels, I'm talking to you, you are wrong. And you are intentionally attempting to be deceptive through omission. Because you know you can do this. And if someone does this and you go, you just stop gaslighting people, you clown. You're the villain in the story. You're the bad guy. You're the liar. You're the one suppressing the truth. That's you. Just so you know. I don't know what slaves of corporations has to do with anything, but okay. The towers were taken down by airplanes. Ta-da! The Empire State Building, I mean, I think the steel to concrete ratio is very high. Let's see. Empire State Building, steel to concrete. Should we use a chat GPT for this? 60-40 of concrete to steel. Estimated. So 60% concrete, 40% steel. If I check my notes, which I did, this wasn't the CIA handing me a packet to convince the public, which is insane. The fact that he has this theory that somewhere along the lines of that. Oh. Absolutely bonkers. All right, let's see. 390,000 versus 100,000. 390. 100. So it's about 4 to 1. So it would have been 80-20. Yeah. So rough estimates. Each twin tower was 20% steel, whereas the Empire State Building was about 40% steel. So double the amount of steel potentially. Different building design, more steel. Much less energy hitting it. The fire department was capable of putting it out because the water lines hadn't been damaged. There was only one plane. You didn't have multiple planes hitting multiple things. It's the whole thing. Yeah, methyl miner. We've already addressed that. Seismic waves through loose ground have a higher amplitude. Amplitude is what is read on the seismographs. So I'll clarify. If the kingdom was on bedrock or anchored to bedrock, like Judy Wood thinks the towers were, which I believe is correct, then the amplitude should have actually been higher for the kingdom. But it was on loose. I'm sorry, it should have been lower for the kingdom. It would have been a lower amplitude because seismic waves through bedrock have a lower amplitude. Similarly, if the towers had been on loose soil, which they probably wouldn't have been because they tall, their amplitude would have been higher. She had that backwards. Whoops. The frickin' Pope says, I wish the CIA would just get a direct deposit program together. I'm sick of having to cash a physical check every time I lie about 9/11 online. Okay, that's good. Hold on, I want to do a thing. This is just us chilling for now. Yeah, sure, there's no way they'd be the same. Methyl miner. Pay attention. This is why you don't understand this, because you get told an answer, you go, I'm going to ask a question again. What's wrong with you? Shame on you. All right, hold on. I'm getting back to the thing. They travel faster through solid rock. And again, because energy, you don't gain energy, that reduces the amplitude. As speed increases, the amplitude drops. As speed decreases, amplitude increases. Because you have to have these two things changing opposite each other to maintain the same level of energy. Now, over distance, over time, it will reduce because you're losing energy as you travel. And I believe energy is lost faster through the looser rock or the looser ground. Methyl miner. Okay. This doesn't do what you think it does. It fell, and it fell in a way that only had a 0.6 reading. Ta-da! Moving on. Where is this? Oh, here we go. This is what I want. Boo, boo, boo. I think that's it. And we put it there. And then we put it there. Oh, buddy, I'm sorry. Do you think building 7? All right. Bear with me. How much did WTC 7 weigh? Okay, 50,000. So WTC 7 weighed. Let me check this with a second source. I don't know. It's Chat GPT or the Google AI. And if AI is good enough, AI is good enough, right? MES was using AI, so why can't I? I'm trying to find an actual source. 50,000 seems low. I don't know. How much do you methyl? Okay, yeah, it's in this report. How about you find it for me? Pull it up. I don't have it in front of me. But I can tell you there's less potential energy or kinetic energy because it's not as tall. That's pretty basic. Yeah, check your NIST report. Is this? Let me pull it up. Thank you, Griff Guy. Let's see. Does this? Oh, maybe that's the problem. God, his filing cabinet thing. There's only one. No, they have one in a museum. There's not a single filing cabinet. Then he got mad at me. I'm gonna go. Okay, bye. I hung up the call. Like, if you're gone, why did you kick me from the call, buddy? You were out the door. What are you talking about? What are you trying to say? I hear that you're saying 0.6 in the skirts. I have to find it. Who's got a number for me? Methyl Miner doesn't. So did the NIST report say the tower's pancaked? That was an initial assumption, and then they actually did all the studies. So I went, okay, we got a little bit of clarification on that. So now you can't explain it. Yes, I can. It was a smaller building. Duh. Let's keep up, please. Come on. I have very little sleep. It's 10 in the morning. Well, it's 11:43 in the morning. I have no patience for you. All right. Did 7 pancake? I don't know. Did 7 pancake? You tell me. $4,000? No. Yeah. So, okay, you keep asking the same question. I don't know why. Let's see. If I choose down pounds per square inch. Nope. Well, if we assume 50,000 tons. For building 7. So something, yes, a building hit the ground. What? Ron, what is your question? The building hit the ground. Just type it out. Just say, put this into Google. I'm seeing a lot of like, here's the towers. I don't want the tower. I want building 7. Okay, so 230,000 tons. So if we use that number, is that less than 500,000 tons? It is. It is less than 500,000 tons. So you have, a little more than half of the weight, and the height is a lot lower. So you have a lot less potential energy. And the collapse, I presume, didn't occur in the exact same way because it's a different building. It's built, the structure is different. So you're going to get a different number. And it's likely going to be lower because 1, less mass is hitting. 2, it's gaining less velocity, which means it's exerting less force upon impact with your kinetic energy. It has less potential energy as an overall building than the towers do. Yeah, they were hit by an anti-gravity beam too. That's right. Absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. A jackhammer does not produce a seismic reading of 0.6. Maybe on top of the machine. I don't know where you're getting that information. But is a seismograph reading a jackhammer 12 miles away? No. No, it's not. So you factor in distance. I assume you could get a seismograph to read 0.6 if you were jackhammering next to it. But that's not how that works here. Because the seismographs weren't next to the buildings. They were miles away. Yeah, we do have other structures to compare it to. And then Judy Wood compared it incorrectly. Because she doesn't understand how ground works. I'm sorry you don't understand this, Method Miner. Potential energy and kinetic energy. I'm sorry you don't understand that. That does not mean you're correct. It does not mean I'm wrong. Now, you could prove me wrong if I'm wrong. But whatever you're doing in that chat is not doing it. I Googled jackhammer seismic reading. And you know what I found? Nothing. Earthquakes. The rolling earth lesson number 4. And we search this for jackhammer. Nope. That's jackhammer movement. That's a description of a type of earthquake. That's not. All right. We have Reddit says, can jackhammers negatively affect the structural integrity? And that's not what I'm looking for. Seismic noise due to concrete slab. Jackhammer. All right. That's a scientific report. Let's see. Concrete slab work done near the corner station on July 20, 2006. Yep. And if we go to Richter, okay, it doesn't have it. Magnitude, nope, doesn't have it. All right, this tells me nothing. Oh, great. Boop, 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 boop. Nope, that does not have it. Wow, that's crazy. They shouldn't be in the same ballpark, a building versus jackhammer. Well, they obviously weren't. No kidding. Keep up. So there are jackhammer-like seismic readings that are described. That is not a jackhammer. That is a description of a type of seismic reading where you have a da-da-da-da-da-da, where your wave is chonky, I suspect. I see nothing that says a jackhammer would cause this. Like an actual amount of jackhammer would cause it. So it absorbs energy instead of transferred to the ground. Yeah, a building falling on itself will absorb energy, yes. If you detonate it so it implodes, it will not be absorbing itself nearly as much because there's nothing for it to sort of like collapse onto and then run off. We know that that's what happened at the World Trade Centers because we have conical piles of debris. So as things fell and then they slid off, that disperses a lot of energy sideways as opposed to downwards. That's where you get your directional forces, if you know about the physics of that, of your there's a term for it, I don't remember. But when you blow a building out so it implodes all at once, it's gonna smack a lot harder because that's the point. So yes, when people are like, this doesn't read like a controlled demolition, it shouldn't. That wouldn't make sense because it wasn't one. All this evidence of like there's something weird here is literally evidence that there isn't. It's just people don't understand things. They're like, I'm smart. I'm gonna tell the world that I'm not as smart as I think I am. And then people who are much less smart than that pick up on it and go, I'm only listening to this. I will listen to nobody else. Nobody else gets to tell me a thing. Nobody gets to tell me I'm wrong. This single book, this right here, I believe the earth is hollow now because a book was published. It's like, cool. I could publish a book that says anything. Doesn't mean that anything I publish. It's like, because I brought that up, is if I think the penguins of Madagascar, God, he made me angry with that one. Not angry per se, but he frustrated me. I'll say that. I'm not really in the mood to do this today. Very little sleep. But don't know if you noticed. Ooh, I'm having a good time, though. I really am. When he's like, yeah, she made claims. No kidding. And if I claimed the penguins of Madagascar did it and went, why didn't you investigate that? And they're like, why would we? That's stupid. And I went, lawsuit. They're now named. That doesn't mean it happened. That doesn't mean it's evidence that someone filed a lawsuit. It's not evidence that the lawsuit was successful. And it wasn't. It was dismissed at every level. At every level, they're like, no. All right. Research refers to the study of the effect of vibration resulting from the rock crushing device on human health. That's not. Yeah, no, it's studying the effects on a person. Yeah, I think you saw the word jackhammer in the context of earthquakes, and you misunderstood that is not referring to a physical device, but a type of earthquake reading pattern. I think that's what happened. How's it going, Hitchbot? How dare I claim this thing called sleep? I've not gotten much sleep in the last week. That partly my fault. Not entirely. All right, what else we got? Since we're here, what else we got? Energy absorption is dependent on time. Judy Wood also gets the time wrong. She assumes, okay, in my debate with MES, I brought this up. Also, I want to test something. What happens if I do a thing? Where is it? Here we go. Sleep is a lie, wake up, sheeple. That's right. The evidence of the book. Yeah, her book is the evidence that she doesn't know what she's talking about. Yes. The merits of the case were not legally acknowledged. They said, we're not even going to listen to this because you haven't proven that the thing that you're suing for you've met that. We're not even going to discuss this stuff. Her lawsuit did not succeed. It is not evidence of anything. It's just her regurgitating something in a different setting. Regurgitating something that is provably wrong, that I have proven wrong multiple times. If I do this, it does not show up there. Why? That's annoying. Maybe if I... All right, Method Miner says, well, I'll report back with evidence at 0.6 mag in the jackhammer. Essentially background noise using the jackhammer's comparison. Okay, so you're just making up jackhammer then. You have no idea what a jackhammer creates. You're just making it up. Good to know. Shocking. I'm not shocked at all. Ron Malco asks, energy absorption is dependent on time. Yes. So in her book, Judy Wood uses the 9 and 11 seconds of in the NIST report. As I told MES, that's not the time that it took the towers to fall. That's the time upon the initiation of collapse that the first debris hit the ground. And then the rest of the towers continued to fall. It was probably closer to 30 seconds. And this is seen on the seismographs. You see there's a little bit of rumble, and then as a bunch of stuff starts to impact, you get these spikes, and then you have the rest of the building continuing to collapse. Like there's a big bonk But that's not the end of the end of that spike is not the end of the collapse. There's still spike, other pieces for like 30 seconds. So she thinks it happened over 9 seconds or 11 seconds, when in reality it's probably at least 30 seconds. This is a very easy thing. I called out MES because he used the NIST report, and I went, okay, in the NIST report it actually says this. And he's like, you're cherry picking. I was like, you're dumb. He's calling me worse. Speaking of calling people names, I actually have a list of things that Revisionist has called me. So I informed him that he hadn't met the basic burden of proof in one instance, where he's like, I have proof because, here's a summary of a conversation that I am claiming to have had. I'm like, okay, well, you have proof that you've written a summary. That is not proof that the conversation ever actually happened. In court, that would be considered hearsay. I would need the other side to actually, confirm all these things. That's not, in my mind, good enough evidence for me to, base my entire life around. He said, when I told him this, you're making yourself look like a spoilt little brat, and dare I say, a little childish too. In other communications, he has called me a little squirrel. He has called me his son. He has called me a little munchkin. He has called me disingenuous, which we actually heard today. And he's called me a disingenuous coward, which I assume is different. He's also instructed me to grow a pair and to grow the fuck up. I'm sure he will continue to say things to me. And I'm sorry, but I won. But that's my opinion. My opinion that I won. It's not really fair to just declare yourself the winner, although that's what he does. But regardless, I was not convinced. And when I tried to say, hold on a second, can you clarify? He wouldn't. He's like, well, no, we have to move on. Why? What are you scared of? What are you scared of us discussing? Why are you scared of your evidence being discussed? That's so crazy. I sure wonder. That's so weird. Yeah, I didn't really care about the debate with him. I wanted MES, and he's like, me too. I was like, all right. Do you think I put in work with this? I did not. I absolutely did not. Fortunately, my pen broke. I was going to keep writing notes and doing little doodles, but the nub fell out. It's disappointing. All right, what else we got? Chat. Have I tried discussing 9/11 with Bob Greenier or Martin Fleshman Memorial Project? No, they have never contacted me. I don't reach out to them. I don't care enough. This was never. I found a funny thing about holograms. I went, nah, that's not right. And then they got really upsetty spaghetti, and they one of them demanded to debate me. I was like, all right. Clearly this is your life. It's not mine. But I would be embarrassed to have this be my life, because obviously I'm using the obvious thing, which is what he does. In my mind, that's stupid because it's easily provably wrong. And MES, being a math channel, is fully capable of proving it wrong. And for him to say, like, you can't do that math, or you can't, he actually said, there's a comment he left. He was like, you can't do math. I literally did it in front of you, bud. It's because what he's doing is based on faith, not facts. More mustaches. You're right. What do we think? Do we want this bad boy? Oh, yeah. We want that bad boy. Yeah, his insults don't change much. Yeah. I will tell you, I don't think revisionists expected my behavior. And that was the point, is I wanted to be... Oh, thanks for subscribing, Purbird. You get one of these guys. Why isn't it working? Oh, no. Oh, no. Hey, thanks, Ronan. You guys... Oh, there he goes. All right, there's the little guy. You guys were very distracting. You were very, very distracting. All right, and the glasses. You know what? I feel like it's working. Hello there. Just unbutton a little bit. No. All right. I want to get a thing working, but it doesn't want to. I'm going to test this. Oh, no. All right. How's it going, Capstar? Welcome back. See, with this mustache, I do need a monocle. This is we were talking about that yesterday. Right, nope, still not working. Why? Trying to get the message to appear here. But it doesn't want to. Oh, wait. Okay, there should be a little pin icon. Chat highlight widget. Click on the pin. But there's no pin. But okay, Maria. Uh-oh. Griff Kai, thank you so much. It's fair. All right, Rotovanger, welcome to the membership. Taith Leech, Jasmine D, Garage Goblins, Toothpick, Sandman. There they are. You like that little image I made? I drew that guy up. I'm pretty happy with him. Where was I? Mitchell Oates, Wasson. I don't know. Poison? I don't know. Okay, this mustache is already falling off. Griggsy and Shauna Lynn. There it goes. All right. New mustache time. I got a bag. I forgot I had these, so I'm like, oh, I got to do this. Let's do. Yeah. So did we enjoy our little debate? It was not a debate. That was me mopping the floor. Going, oh, you're saying a thing? Cool. Go on. And then he couldn't go on. I was kind of a jerk, but he's been a real asshat towards me, and so I don't owe him any friendliness. I do not owe him any friendliness. He should have thought of that before. Oh, yeah, he should have thought of that before calling me names. Yeah, it just doesn't want to work. This okay. The little zombie guy still appears for something. I'm not sure what though. A Fu Manchu mustache? A Fu Manchu mustache, you say? I'll give you as close as I can. Hold on, I dropped a mustache. God, you see how angry MES was about the mustaches, though? Like, bro, not your debate. Sucks to suck. You're a fool. I have no time for your nonsense. An asshat, yes. Also, if you haven't seen my 12 YouTube shorts that I released last night, hi there. I hate this one so much. He was so upset. These won't stay to my... I mean, these are old. Maybe the glue is just like, meh. So. Boop, boop, boop. I don't know. American Chopper. Oh no, they won't stay on. All right. All right. All right, what about this guy? Long curly. Long curly? This guy? You let me know in the chat. This is my victory lap. I know what TCAP is. Oh, I do love a good bit of mutton chops. Meh. Wait, what do you mean meh? Is this meh? Or is this meh? Long curly is a fave? All right. Long curly is a fave. What about this guy? I'm flipping you off. My bad. All right. Oh, did you enjoy my singing when I was like, shut up? And he wouldn't stop. I was like, buddy, you're not going to get to blow past this. This is important. Oh, to catch predator. I got you. Barbershop. Once upon a time, a girl with moonlight in her eyes put her hand in mine and said she loved me so. Start a little high or low. Not warmed up. Oh, but that was once upon a time, so long, long ago, long ago. A lot of practice there. Once upon a hill, we sat beneath a willow tree, counting all the stars and waiting for the dawn, for the dawn. But that was once upon a time, so long, long ago. Baby on board, I don't know. I can go lower, it's just, you gotta warm up for it. Me, 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 me. Me, me. Me, 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 me. Me, me, me. 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 Yeah, no, I'm gonna need more time to warm up to do the subharmonics. Me, 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 me. Sorry. Are you having fun yet? Me. Dr. Miss Monarchlo? I don't know what that is exactly. But if you'll bear with me. 1 second. If we're gonna go. If we're talking barbershop. Now, I love how seriously they were taking all of that. They're like, why are you being serious? I'm like, you guys are stupid. What do you want from me? Like, we're not on the same side. I'm on the side of facts and truth. You're on the side of, I don't even know what. Nonsense. And that's not a great argument. That's not a factual argument. I can't be like, nope, I'm wrong because you guys are dumb. That would be a fallacy. No, they're dumb and they're wrong. Those are two separate things that just happen to both be true. Unrelated, well, maybe not unrelated to each other exactly, but they're not wrong because they're dumb. They're dumb because they're wrong and they refuse to admit it. Hello there. Hello there. Hello there. Got that seventh. Mrs. Monk, that's from Venture Bros, right? Hello. 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 Oh, yeah, women saying hello. God, all right. Is there a royalty-free backing track? Royalty-free barbershop backing track. I'm very out of practice for. There's a very specific like way you sing, which is no vibrato, so it has to be just really on pitch, You cannot. So when I'm doing like Sinatra, like and now the end is near, I can hide imperfections with a vibrato. You can't do that with barbershop because it has to be right on pitch and you have to do it in a flat tone, and that's really difficult to do if you're not used to that, if you're not ready for that, and I have not practiced that in a very long time. So yeah, free songs and learning tracks from the barbershop sheet music, classic barbershop tunes. What was the Once Upon a Time? That was it. Equal old summer for forever blowing bubbles. Did I ever know that one? Shine on Harvest. Oh, these aren't ones I've ever learned. Barbershop Once Upon a Time backing track. Screw it. I don't think this is monetized anyway. Barbershop Harmony. No, I don't want to buy it. Nope, I need a male. All right, it's gonna be from Everything. Oh well, Dustin Peng, beautiful. This is Dustin Peng. I'm sorry, not Ping Peng. So Once Upon a Time barbershop multi-track, and right off the bat, solid. And it's all 4 parts. And I'm gonna see if I remember how to sing along. We were so happy. Is it down the octave? One. No, it can't be. Once upon a time, a girl with moonlight in her eyes, put her hand in mine, and said she loved me so. But that was once upon a time, so long ago. I'm not doing great. Once upon a hill, we sat beneath a willow tree, counting on the stars. I'm so out of practice. This guy's good. For the dawn, but that was once upon a time. Too long. Now the tree is gone. Now it's gone. Anyway, sorry. Some of you are like, that was awful and we hated every moment of it. But that was mostly for me. I want to see if I still could do it. I can't. With practice, I could. It's such a stylistically specific thing. And I want to go into vibrato the entire time. Now they're gone. And I'm fighting it every moment. And so it just becomes a shake. So, yeah, thanks. Can I do throat singing? You tell me. And this is probably incredibly obnoxious. I don't know if that's right, but that's how I do it. So obnoxious. Sup? How you doing? All right, chat. What are we doing now? What's our next move? What are we planning? While you have me here, no more fucks to give. My fucks have run dry. Dune. That's the soundtrack. That's the soundtrack to Dune. That's so dumb. I love that. Crazy train? What? This mustache is stuck here and here, but not here. No, Erica. I don't have it set up. I'm going to do the rest of my day now. I don't even know. How's it going, Mav? You missed out. He rage quit. And they got mad that I was like, okay, well, if you're leaving, because I'm going to leave. You're being so disrespectful because I wouldn't let him ignore a counterpoint to what he was saying. Because, he, making his points. I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. What are desks made of? Do you think that maybe the fire chief person, whoever it was, didn't see a desk because they burned? And he's like, oh, let's move on. Let's move on. There's only a single file cabinet covered. Like, no. There's a single file cabinet in a museum. They didn't take every filing cabinet and put it in a museum. They recovered other filing cabinets. But there's one, this mustache, there's one in a museum. We're going to move on. I bet we are going to move on. And you're being rude because you're interrupting me. Like, yes, I am interrupting you because I don't feel you deserve to be able to spread your nonsense unobstructed. Right? I will provide facts and evidence when you are saying nonsense. And if that upsets you, you are part of the problem. I'm so sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. But, yeah. So, and then he's like, oh, fine. You keep interrupting me. I'm going to leave. Like, I'm literally just trying to get you to answer a question, and you're trying to go around it, and I keep going, no. And you missed out on the, it was, oh, jeez, I forgot this was on. You missed out on the barbershop, first of all, when I went, now listen, stop it. There's a little guy. And so I was just doing that in the microphone, and he got really upset, which fair, because obviously that's upsetting, but shut up. Shut up. And it won't happen. And I did interrupt him a bunch because, heck, I just don't have the time or the patience. And that one's on me. I will admit that. I did interrupt him, and I muted him a bunch because he wouldn't stop talking over my question. And he didn't like that. I think you were there for that part. And then he's like, fine, I'm leaving. I'm going. And I went, okay. And so I hung up the call. And then he went into the chat and was like, oh, why did you boot me from the call? Buddy, you were walking out the door. What are you talking about? And then a bunch of people in the chat were like, the seismic data. And I was like, yeah, here's the explanation. Judy Wood is wrong. Her math is wrong. And she doesn't understand how seismic waves travel through ground. And last night, when I wasn't getting the sleep I should have been getting, which is why I'm a little feisty today, why I'm being a raging asshole, some might say, not necessarily incorrectly, because I had zero patience for this, and they know this. And Revisionist has certainly earned that kind of behavior by being who he is as a person and being insulting towards me, not being shy about doing that. Like, cool, dude. Why would you think I'd be the consummate professional that I was with MES? Not that I was a consummate professional, but that was part of the point. Is I wanted to be a different type of debater for him that he wouldn't see coming. I don't know that he saw all of this though. I didn't have my camera turned on. MES saw it though. I was very upset. You were there for that though. Anyway, yeah, he rage quit, and the people were like, the seismic data. I was like, here's why she's wrong. And they're like, jackhammers. And I went, no. And they're like, Google it. It's literally right there. I went, it's literally not. I'm Googling it. And then I discovered that there's a type of earthquake reading called a jackhammer. Or it's referred to as a jackhammer because it sort of like pulses, like you got your waves. I'm like, oh, you saw a jackhammer, and you saw earthquake, and you thought the earthquake was being read from a jackhammer, I believe. And they're like, well, no, I said jackhammer for comparison. I don't actually know. Buddy, what do you mean you don't actually know? You've been making this huge fuss. It was a jackhammer. It's like a jackhammer. It's like a jackhammer. It's like a jackhammer. Oh, by the way, I have no idea if it was like a jackhammer. That one's on you, methyl miner. That's you. That is your bad, dude. Are you kidding me? Why aren't they talking about this? Because you're being told a thing and you just keep asking the same question. And then when people are like, all right, well, I'm going to stop answering the question that you keep repeating, even though I keep answering it, they go, he won't answer. He won't answer it. That actually happened in the chat too, where I was like, I've answered that What do you mean I'm not answering it? I literally said it multiple times. Was that the chat or was that the actual debate itself? I don't know. But I did get out the old, when you say I'm just asking questions and then you don't get an answer you like, so you ask it again and then people don't answer it, the truth is not being suppressed. You are ignoring the information you're getting because you want a different answer. That's not how that works. If you're being given a correct answer, you're like, I don't like that answer, give me a different one. That doesn't make the next answer, if it is different, correct. That is you cherry picking the bejesus out of whatever the topic is. You are wrong. And I knew he was wrong from the beginning. I had no need to prove anything to him, which is why I was really intense with him. That is not a great debate strategy. I would not do a legitimate debate like this. I wouldn't do an interrogation like this. This is not how I would do it. This was me having a personal moment for myself. This debate was about me. It wasn't about 9/11 nearly as much as he thought. I mean, it was a little bit. A lot of it was me going, no. No, you made the argument, stick to it. Let's follow through. Oh, you're not going to? Yes, you are. I'm going to hold you here to it. So this wasn't about proving really anything. I mean, it disproved some things. This is true. Well, it cast doubt. It is not terribly strongly, because he wouldn't go in depth enough to do it very strongly. But what it did was it provided resistance to his nonsense. Of like, no, that's not how this works. Oh, there's the guy again. Do I have to? No, I'll let him go. Oh, it's fine. So this was not about really a back and forth discussion on a specific topic as much as it was, you don't understand how evidence works, and I'm going to call you out on your misunderstanding on how evidence works. This is not what I've done today. Is not the strategy I would use professionally. Is not what I do with MES, but that was kind of the point. This is a very different format than what I do with MES, and that is intentional. My release of 12 videos last night, breaking down last debate, the timing of that was intentional. Because he started making claims, and when he's like, you used the wrong building, oh, that was a moment where he couldn't figure that out, or he refused to. Where he's saying I used the wrong building, and I was correcting him in the comments of the video I released last night. And then I got to today go, this was intentional. I know how it would play out, but it played out. I went, cool. So if you don't know, if you're trying to back out, be like, actually, you know what? I don't know. Well, you knew enough to make the comments between releasing it last night and this debate right now. So did you forget since then, or did you never know? Do you just say things that you don't know, hoping that you can bully people into accepting it? And I think it's that one. That was the strategy of just holding him responsible to what he was saying and being very aggressive about it. Too aggressive to be a good strategy. But that wasn't the point. With MES, I had a plan. I wanted to get to a specific point. I wanted to address the math. And I wanted to basically establish he was wrong with his own numbers. Me using the wrong building never mattered. Because then I went, wait a second. Why are we using my measurements? Who knows what building this is? It's all a bunch of rubble. Let's use yours instead. That was the point. And he refused to accept that. He refuses to acknowledge that this perfectly compressed hockey puck. I went, wait a second. We know that it wouldn't be a hockey puck. That would be ridiculous. We should measure it as a cone. He refuses to acknowledge that because he's taking the argument that I put in to intentionally say, wait a second. I made his argument before he did, knowing that he would do this. Wait a second, we wouldn't use a hockey puck. It would be a cone, because that's how things felt. Because looking at the hockey puck, we know that this is wrong, because that's not what we're seeing on the ground. So what are we getting wrong? We think about what can be changed in our measurements and how we do it, scientific method, peer review, whatever. And we go, it would be a cone. And in fact, on 3D model, you can see the cones. That was the point. He refused to acknowledge the second half of that, because it's the second half that does him in. The first half is me going, wait a second, math. No, you're right. You're right to call me out. Thank you for calling me out. Next slide, boom, ready for it. And he will not acknowledge that, even though he knows it exists. He knows the math is valid, or he should. He's fully capable of knowing it. He thinks that I am not capable of doing that math, even though it's high school level math. He thinks someone else did the math for me, which is absurd. He thinks I have a handler who's giving me the math, which is, some might say insane. I might say insane. Absolute nonsense. Just absolutely incredible stuff. This is who you're bringing to the table Give me someone real. Not to say he's an AI. He said I was an AI. MES did. Because it's based on faith. His entire thing's based on faith, not facts. Give me someone that you're sourcing. Give me Alex Jones. Give me these giants in the 9/11 conspiracy thing. Because MES, revisionists, those aren't you. You ain't that guy. If you want to be like, yeah, you should talk to the people, they're going to get the same treatment. I'm going to call them out. I'm going to hold them responsible. And some of these people have a scientific background. They have like good backgrounds in this stuff. They should understand logic. So we can have a very, very reasonable debate. In fact, if it was someone like legitimate, I might even say that I shouldn't be the host of the debate because look how I abused that power today. And that was always the plan of having control, not abusing it. But if he's not playing the game correctly, if he's not allowing a counter argument, I'm going to stop him from talking. And I'm going to explain this stuff to him. Because I'm not the one who needs to learn, I think, as much as he does. He may feel differently. This is my personal opinion. Am I wrong? I don't know. But if we had a moderated debate with a trusted tertiary person involved, cool, great. If we found a big enough person, because honestly, I could go my entire life and not do this again, not care. This is not how I need to spend my days. Talking to people that I think need to go touch grass. I have zero sympathy for these people. Well, I have very little sympathy. I don't need to interact with them. I'm more than happy to teach everyone else why they are wrong without directly addressing them in person. I'm cool with that. But I will do it again. It's more important than the people that I've already dealt with. Because why would I deal with someone who's the same when I know that they're going to be terrible at it? Why would I deal with someone who is not as good when I know they're going to be worse? Give me someone who's competent. Because I haven't dealt with that yet. MathBoy isn't AI because AI can at least get the math right, says Hitchbot. Yeah, Lisa Alcazar says that I tested the math on some of them and they verified that it was correct. Yeah, we did a test stream just to make sure everything was functioning. And we went through the math together. And we confirmed it. Oh, Lisa, I don't think they were interested in debate either. They just wanted to shut me down. I agree. They wanted to, I don't know if they wanted to bully me. They wanted to, oh, that's the thing is, are they using me as a platform to get information out? Why would they need me? Why can't they just do it on their own? And they know I'm going to challenge it. Why are they shocked that I'm challenging it? Why are they upset that I'm challenging it? Why won't they let me do it? I mean, obviously we know why they won't let me do it. It's almost like they came here without a plan. And that was intentional on my part. With MES, he didn't know what to expect. I think revisionists thought he knew what to expect. I did not give him what I gave MES. That was intentional. I played little mind games before the stream with the release of 12 videos. And then I played mind games with my mustaches and professor outfit that is way too small for me. But it was just a few dollars at Goodwill and I needed to have it. And a Linux guy says it's valuable to show the people on the fence about conspiracy how it actually works like you do. I think it is. I don't think this is the way, this today, I don't think is the way to do it. Because I was mean about it. And that's not the way to convince people. Being mean about it is not the way to convince people. But he hadn't earned any niceness from me. I'll start you at a baseline of just like general niceties. You know, there's a standard. Prior to this debate, he tanked that standard quite a bit. And so I was like, cool, dude. Why would I be friendly to you after you were just an asshat on the internet to me? Not that I can't take it, but like actions have consequences, dude. Maybe if you want to have a civilized discussion, don't be uncivilized before it. PhD Tony could address the seismic nonsense. I would love to talk with him about that if someone gets him in contact with me. Of the seismic readings. Because again, she thinks, if I read her book correctly, and her website actually has a lot of information on it too, which I assume they've never read or looked at because they should know better. She suggests that the reading should be more powerful or should be stronger through bedrock, and this is not the case. They can be read further away. The amplitude is lower, and that's why I brought up the kinetic energy thing. Is if the kinetic energy does not gain anything, in fact stays the same, which it wouldn't, there would be drop off. When if a seismic wave is traveling faster through bedrock, it should have an inverse effect on the amplitude of lowering it. Because kinetic energy is speed and mass. Although that might not be exactly how you would deal with a seismic reading, a seismic wave. But if we're dealing with stuff like kinetic energy, and we assume that there's a similar property where when energy is the same, if you increase speed, you have to lower the force, which is generally a pretty common theme in physics, then seismic wave. Let me Google it. I'll read it to you. Seismic wave amplitude, bedrock versus Earth. All right, the AI overview, because if MES is going to trust AI, that's, I don't really want to do that because it's... All right. As the waves pass, this is Pacific Northwest Seismic Network. So seismic waves are similarly modified by local geological conditions. These variations are known as site effects, and they can strongly influence the nature and severity of shaking at a given site. Site effects include the following 5 factors: softness of the soil or rock beneath the site, total thickness of soil to bedrock, sedimentary basins, geologic structures, ground failure potential, and topography. So the softness of the soil or rock beneath the site, under that category, it says the elastic properties of earth materials ranges from hard, difficult to deform, think granite, to soft, relatively easy to deform, think mud. Seismic waves travel faster through hard rocks than through softer rocks and sediments. As the waves pass from deeper, harder to shallow, softer rocks, because the waves originate from inside the earth, right, or from deeper, so it starts at the bedrock and moves up. As the waves pass from deeper, harder to shallow, softer rocks, they slow down and get bigger in amplitude as the energy piles up. The softer the rock or soil under a site is, the larger the wave. Softer soils amplify ground motion. Judy Wood, Dr. Judy Wood, seemed to suggest that this should be true for bedrock, where bedrock should amplify the waves. Nope. Bedrock does not. It is the opposite. Now, heck, I could pull up her book. Couldn't I? Or her website. I have her website here. Seismic. Molten metal. Yeah, all of their stuff is basically based on what Judy Wood thinks. And what she thinks is pretty bad. I'm sorry. In my personal opinion, I've not been impressed. Where did the towers go? Archive. We want hammer. I know what the keyword is to find it. All right, she says on page 74 of her book, of this copy of it that I have, there are, however, other factors to be considered in our analysis. Bedrock conditions are important in affecting earthquake equivalent Richter readings. This is true. If a structure is anchored directly into bedrock, its demolition will yield a higher Richter than if it were not anchored this way. Why? Because if a structure is not anchored into bedrock, the energy released by its demolition is dissipated via the Earth's cushioning materials. However, if it is anchored into bedrock, the released energy directly impacts that rock, pinging the Earth directly without any dampening, thus allowing the signal to carry more efficiently to recording stations. It's like hitting a hammer against a mattress instead of against a tuning fork. So she is partially correct that the waves will travel further But she has equated that to also a reduction in amplitude through soil, which is the opposite of what it should be. She thinks that traveling further means it is more powerful, but the seismic readings are based on amplitude. Amplitude is lower in bedrock than it is in loose soil. She is incorrect about how amplitude works. Yeah, so she continues to say the King Dome was not anchored in bedrock because she's using the Seattle King Dome demolition as a comparison. It's a controlled demolition. It's not the same. There are so many differences. It's insane. The King Dome was not anchored in bedrock. Consequently, if the King Dome Richter's value was 2.3 reading, was a 2.3 reading transferred through soft material, a building with 30 times the potential energy anchored directly in bedrock should have transferred a much higher signal to earthquake monitoring instruments. That's where she says, well, bedrock should have been a higher signal. That is factually incorrect. I'll read it to you again. What the Pacific Northwest Seismic Network says. That softer soils amplify ground motion. As the waves pass from deeper, harder to shallow, softer rocks, they slow down and get bigger in amplitude as the energy piles up. The seismic waves through soft soil have a larger amplitude. Amplitude is what is measured by the Richter scale. She has it backwards. That is why she is wrong. That, and she says on her website, let me pull it up. Let me see if I can find it again. Nope. Let's see. Dr. Judy Wood, seismic. 32. Yumpu, that's not it. I have it here. So I had it. I had it somewhere. James Gourley. Scientific critique of Judy Wood's paper, The Star Wars Beam Weapon. Boom, boom. Ron Muckle says the bathtub wasn't damaged by buildings. It actually was damaged by buildings. That is a common misconception amongst conspiracists. I'm sorry they've lied to you. Judy Wood thinks it wasn't. She is incorrect. There was damage to it. This is a well-documented fact. Ron Muckle, I okay. Cool. I don't know what that has to do with surface waves and whatever. She's incorrect about how seismic waves work. All right. All right, so she writes in her on her website, drjudywood.com/article/dew/Star Wars Beams 2.html. She says, so as an approximation, the structural steel of WTC2 makes up 36 by 110th of 1/5 total mass of the building, or 6.5 of the building's mass. She's comparing the building masses, the King Dome versus the towers. So then she goes, to see, we'll have the same proportional energy relative to the King Dome. All right, so it says if this mass is evenly distributed over 36 floors, it will have the same proportional energy or potential energy relative to the King Dome that could be expected to cause an equivalent of 2.1 earthquake. Again, she ignores a lot of factors. She doesn't know how the readings work. 2.1 earthquake when it slammed to the ground. Is this reasonable considering the debris remaining after the event? She asks a lot of questions. She doesn't actually give a lot of answers. She goes 30x, log of 30 yields 1.5, which must be added to 2.3 Richter for King Dome to yield 3.8 Richter. I don't know what she means by that, because log of 30, the Richter scale is a log 32 scale. So a Richter reading of 1 and a Richter reading of 2. That 2 is not twice as powerful as the 1. That 2 is 32 times more powerful. Each increase of 1 on the Richter scale is an increase of energy by 32. So it kind of looks like she's saying it's 30 and not 32, and that 30 gets you 1.5 and not 1. That's not correct. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. She has a diagram here where she says log 30 equals 1.5. No. Log 32 equals 1. That's how it works. Her math is false. It's faulty. She is measuring it incorrectly. I don't know what she's doing, but it's not correct. So the foundation of yes. Hitchbot says so. The foundation of her calculation is wrong. It would appear that way. What it appears to show is she has no idea how this works. She does not know what she's talking about. She's making assumptions based on faulty logic or faulty knowledge or faulty information. And I don't even know how she's doing this math exactly because it does not make sense in the context of seismic readings because it is wrong. The way I'm reading it, anyway. And then she's factoring in potential energy incorrectly because the potential energy, I think she's factoring in free fall to ground when you'd have debris hitting and sliding off at an angle. And so you have force vectors. That's what I was looking for earlier. Your force vectors will not be straight down. They'll be at that angle or at an angle. She does not know the physics behind this. She has no idea. And she puts together these reports that people think look good. And when you actually delve into it, with any knowledge of any of this, you just go, wait a second. I don't know about that. And there are plenty of things I didn't know before I started looking into it. But like things caught my eyes. And I was just like, I don't think that's correct. And I started to dig into it. And it sort of reveals that most of it that I'm looking at is not correct. It's really bad. It's really, really bad science. I don't know why it'd be log base 32, Linux guy. Richter scale is log base 10. I checked this. Richter scale log base. All right. So this one says Richter scale is base 10 logarithmic scale. There was one I found where it said it was 32. She is using 30 instead of 32. So yeah, USGS.gov says, with each whole number increasing in magnitude representing a tenfold increase in the measured amplitude, it represents a 32 time more energy release. Sorry, yeah. So the amplitude is increased by 10. The energy release is increased by 32. She is using 30 for some reason. I don't know why. Don't know why. The energy is 32. The amplitude is base 10. Sorry, it's a lot of weirdness. So she is using log 30 to get 1.5. I don't know why she's doing that. It does not make sense to me. She goes, log of 1 is 0 for WTC1 lower 20 stories. Log of 6.3 is negative 0.2. Yeah, I don't think she knows what she's doing. She does not explain it very well, that's for sure. But she thinks it should equal 3.8 on the Richter scale. But I don't know why. She puts in a bunch of numbers and people are like, okay, yeah, numbers. Oh, and this guy, so I think I was explaining incorrectly, where the amplitude is base 10. The energy is a 32 times increase per 1. So the amplitude is base 10. The energy is base 32. Because of the nature of, I guess, how kinetic energy or seismic energy is. I don't know exactly. But neither does she. Where's this 30 coming from? She doesn't explain where these numbers are coming from. That's a problem. And then she brings up jackhammers. She doesn't understand why. Yeah, she just has a bunch of like half-formed thoughts that don't mean anything. All right. So I'm just looking at it and it just doesn't add up. 2 pounds. Yeah, a lot of this just, it didn't behave the same as a controlled demolition. Like, yeah, it wasn't a controlled demolition. Obviously. We know that each WTC tower did not slam to the earth and register as a 3.8 magnitude earthquake. Where's the 3.8 coming from? Where's... I genuinely don't know where she's getting that number. Oh, it's because of the 30x. The log of 30 yields 1.5, which must be added to 2.3 Richter for kin to yield 3.8 Richter. Why? Where's the log of 30 coming from to yield 1.5? She's just adding numbers randomly, almost. Like, you need to explain this. This is such an unscientific proof. I don't believe she's still alive. Like, where is she getting these numbers? So an approximation of the structural steel of WTC2 makes up 36 out of 100th, or 36 divided by 100th, 110th. What? 36 divided by 110th? Of 1 divided by 5th? What is this? So what she's written out, this should be 36 divided by 1 over 110. I genuinely don't know what's happening here. This is not correct. This is not how this works. Hold on. Let me do something real quick so you guys can see what I'm looking at, because I'm going to need your help on this one. I think I want someone to be able to explain this to me. I genuinely do. What is this? All right, so now you can see it. Hold on. I can't. There goes the little guy. All right. Let me just. All right, so you guys can see that. All right, so comparison of potential energy. If each tower is made of 100,000 tons of steel and had a total weight of 500,000 tons, then the steel is only 20% of the mass. That is, yes, the steel is about 100,000 pounds, or 100,000 tons, excuse me. The steel is about 100,000 tons. I'm tangled up in the wires, hold on. So yeah, it would be about 1/5 of the building by weight. And then she goes, so if they pulverized all but the steel in the lower 36 floors, then 36 floors are fairly light. I don't know why that is pulverized. What are you talking about? Bomb 36 floors of 110 floor building where the entire 110 floors, or where the entire 110 floor weighs 100,000 tons, has the same potential energy as the kingdom. No. No, I don't believe. No, that wouldn't be true. I'm confident that's not correct. So potential energy is measured in joules, right? How? There's a guy again. How is P equals mgh, mass times acceleration by height. So you could do it floor by floor because the height changes each floor. Unless you did it exponentially. Could you do that? I don't think she's doing that. She's also not accounting for the dispersion of energy from the debris. So that's wrong. Presumably. Steel is 20% mass. So if they pulverized all but the steel on the lower 36 floors, the lower 36 floors are fairly light. Where's the steel or the steel pulverization going or coming from? What is that? That doesn't. What does that mean? What? Explain that, Judy Wood. All right. So I think that's wrong. I bet that's provably wrong. Kingdom does not have its weight evenly distributed. Slightly lower center of gravity. Slightly lower potential energy. She doesn't explain how she gets this exactly. We know that each WTC tower did not slam to the earth and register as a 3.8 magnitude earthquake. Okay. And where's that 3.8 coming from? We also know that a lot of building came down as dust because concrete breaks into dust. Yeah. So if you assume every floor contains 1/110th of the building's total mass, this should not be that. It should be 1/110 because 110th, I believe, suggests that it is 1/110. So it'd be 1 divided by 1 divided by 110. I might be wrong about that, but that feels like an issue to me. The bottom 20 floors WTC1 alone have the same potential energy as the kingdom. But you said bottom 36 over here. In this section, you said bottom 36. Now it's 20. Where is this? Explain. Reference needed. This is her website. 20% of the weight of the variability if we assume every floor. So an approximate structural steel of WTC2 makes up 36 divided by 110 of 1/5 total mass of the building. What does this mean? Where is this coming from? Does anyone else understand what is what is she trying to explain? Oh no, she says all we were left with is steel beams. No, there was definitely more than steel there, very clearly. And then she goes 30x log of 30 yields 1.5. Where does this come from? What is none of this? People take this seriously. They think she did something with this. No, she didn't. What does any of this mean? She just makes stuff up, it looks like. She just goes, well, you're going to have to trust me on thing. Why? Why? What? What is happening here? And MES can be like, yeah, she doesn't know math. MES, I want you to explain the math to me. Where is she getting this? Explain that to me. Yeah, I think her foundation of math is entirely wrong. I don't think her potential energy calculations are right because she's like, we're going to skip these floors and we're going to skip this guy. And we're going to, if I do this. Okay. We skip this, we skip that. No, you have to, no, because if you want to do it correctly, you have your entire tower, right? And then this part collapses into this part, and then all of a sudden, like, bits are falling off. Your potential energy for the floor that starts isn't the potential energy from the top to the ground. It's the potential energy from the top to when it impacts the floor below it. And then you'll have a transfer of energy. And then you have a cascading effect. And then as things fall, and not everything falls the same way, and then you have your force vectors that she doesn't account for. She doesn't account for any of this. If she does, it's not written down in this part of her book or her website that is more detailed than her book. I don't think she knows how to do physics here, or this kind of physics, this building demolition stuff. I'm confident she doesn't. And people look at this and go, oh, there's a lot of math, so it must be right. No. God, no. What maths need to be explained? I want to know where she's getting the math that she's doing. I don't. She's just like inserting numbers. Like, and then there's this. What? Where? Where does that come from? Extrapolation dust choked downtown for nearly 20 minutes. Not days? You mean there was less dust in the kingdom? Well, do you think that maybe a controlled demolition tries to have the least dust possible? Yes. That's why there was less dust for a controlled demolition than a plane hitting a tower that collapsed. That's why. She's very confused about the dust. She's like, the kingdom had so much less dust. That's why the towers were, it's evidence the towers were dustified by a space laser. No, it's evidence that a controlled demolition accounts for the dust and tries to minimize it. And she even says this in her thing. She's like, yeah, they demolished it and then they used jackhammers to break it up. Oh, like, yeah. They broke it so that it would implode upon itself in these chunks, not smush against itself, releasing all this energy in the form of pulverized concrete. And then they break it up on site, and it's a much more manageable thing to do. That's how that works. She accounts for her own error in her book and then just ignores it. She's like, they use jackhammers? Yes, that's why there's less dust, because they do that intentionally. As they take it down, they collapse it, they remove that potential energy of taking out a building while it's still standing. They get rid of that, and then they just, while on ground, break it up into pieces and haul it away. That's not what happened with the towers, because they were not a controlled demolition. This entire thing that she's arguing is evidence against a controlled demolition. She has no idea. Or maybe she does. She's like, wow, it's evidence of space laser. It's not. It's evidence that a building that gets hit by a plane and collapses due to, a degradation of structural integrity due to the forces in effect, has different behavior than a controlled and planned demolition. That's what you have proven. Congratulations to the thing that everybody already knew. This is not rocket science. This is nothing special. You're literally disproving the conspiracies with this. And they don't understand. The conspiracists don't understand. It's nuts. And Griff Guy says, as my teacher used to say, show your work. And she doesn't. She shows half of it. And then you're like, well, where did the rest of it come from? If I've taken, I've done my fair share of math classes. I've done discrete math. I've done statistics. I've done calculus. I hated calculus. I was not great at it, but I passed. I did AP calculus in high school as a junior. I was not great, but I passed it. I know a thing or two about math. I'm not a mathematician, but I can add 1 and 1. Yay me. I can do some basic algebra. I can sort of understand what's going on here. I do love me some physics. I really enjoy physics. But that was a different me many moons ago. But I remember some of it, and I know that I'm looking at this, and my most recent class that I took was on statistics. It was math in the world, and it was really, really interesting because it's how do you write math and account for every piece of information in that thing, right? If I'm writing, I can't just put numbers. It has to have this number is from this number is from this, and the units are used every time. If we did it without the units, without citing where our numbers are from and why they're from there, we got the question wrong, even if we got the answer correct. If it didn't have the correct units, or if the units were missing, at any point during any of the calculations we showed our work and said, I'm getting my, when doing this statistical analysis, this is where I'm getting this number. This is why this number is done this way, and this is why this way. And then if you do the math with all, your correct things involved, very technical. But that's what you had to do to get the answer correct. Otherwise, it was wrong. This would have failed every single time. Every single thing she's doing here would have failed. And doesn't suggest she is wrong. Her data does not make sense. So I don't know where she's wrong or why she's wrong, because she is not establishing what she is doing. I know that her end result does not make sense in the context she is trying to promote it in. We're at 3 hours. Oh, goodness. Do I keep going? Do I keep addressing this? I don't even know. I tell you though. Variable calculus. Ugh. Man, I love discrete math until it got weird. It's like, oh, this is great. It's like logic. And then welcome to arrays. And it's just like, oh no. Oh, this is different. I don't like this anymore. Ah. Yeah. I just pulled that rug under, I tell you. Statistically, if you take a class on statistics as an adult, you definitely eat yogurt for the wrong reasons. I don't eat yogurt, to be fair. Math is beautiful, will make you cry at the same time. That's right, Anthony. Oh, man. Yeah, so I don't know what her numbers or why her numbers are what her numbers are. She does not explain it. She does not explain her formulas. She just goes, it's wrong. It shouldn't be this. Like, why not? You have not actually proven that it shouldn't be that. Nothing in this proves it. It's just what it proves is she doesn't understand how to do the math of it. And she's making false assumptions. And a peer review of this would show that it's nonsense. And in fact, there are peer reviews of this from a geologist, and whether or not, how much he knows about it, I'm not sure what his exact expertise is, but he calls out a lot of things in a really great way, like just a very understandable explanation. And I found that when I was doing some research into the physics of this, like, what would it be? And I found that and went, oh, this guy. So, for example, this is response to or scientific critique of Judy Wood's paper, The Star Wars Beam Weapon. And so when MES and revisionists are like, she didn't say laser. Okay, she referred to it as a Star Wars beam weapon. It's a space laser. That's what she's talking about. Calm down. Just bonkers. Hold on, let me see what she actually. It's just touche. Oh, thank you. Okay, well now in fairness, she's talking about Star Wars beams being the Star Wars program under Reagan. So there's that. But like energy beam weapons, that's a laser. Might not be a visible laser, but you know. It's just her error about the bedrock. That when I found that last night, I was just like, oh my god, this is it. Oh, so good. Yeah, she has passed away. Yeah, she lost her tenure track because of the paper she published. They went, no, thank you. People are like, they tried to silence her. Like, no, they realized that she was crazy and got rid of her. I think it's a more plausible explanation. All right, I'm going to read this introduction. This paper critiques the work and thesis of Judy Wood and Morgan Reynolds, suggesting that a Star Wars beam weapon was used in the destruction of the World Trade Center towers, referred to herein as the WR thesis or WR paper. The WR thesis is here, and it has a link to it. The central claim of the WR thesis is that the phenomena observed during the destruction of the World Trade Center towers 1 and 2 are only consistent with the use of some type of directed energy weapon, either originating from outer space or reflected from outer space. Thus is referred to herein as a space beam weapon. The main argument in the WR thesis main arguments of the WR thesis are examined in this paper, and the case is made that the WR thesis and supporting paper contains several scientific flaws, including the use of corrupt data, ignoring data that contradicts claims, not considering more reasonable explanations for the observed effects, and in the case of the Kingdom demolitions, incorrectly comparing data. Gravitational potential energy comparisons. That's what I was talking about. Like she has to calculate the drop from a height, and then upon impact of the lower floor, she has to calculate that, because that changes the energy potential, because now it's either stopped or it is slowed and then continues until a point where there's enough energy being released from all of the collapsing stuff that there's very little resistance. Who Cece is? Who's Cece? Oh no. Fun channel to poke around, and that worries me. All right, gravitational potential energy comparison. In addition to being based on admittedly corrupted seismic data, because she admits that her seismic data. Oh, let me actually read that. WR paper relies exclusively on seismic data readings obtained from the Lamont Doherty station at Columbia University, taken during the collapses of the Twin Towers. However, the WR paper readily admits several times that this seismic data has been corrupted in some way. To quote from page 1, it is almost as if the data from 9/11 have attenuated, that peak movement have been reduced by some kind of filtering process. Does this difference reflect real data, that is, differences in real phenomena accurately recorded, or have the data been filtered? I feel like that's not grammatically correct. Have the data been filtered as asymmetrically or differently, or have the data been completely manufactured? We do not know, but for the sake of the analysis, we use the Richter values reported. Could they have been lower than reported? Yes. It goes on later. That's the end of the quote, by the way. It goes on later in the paper to state, quote, although these data seem to be corrupted by unknown filters, end quote, it continues the analysis based on admittedly corrupted data. Now, that's a fair call out of them being like, we don't know if this is right. But do you ever know that it's right? It is good of Judy Wood and Reynolds to admit this and say that we think there's something wrong. The reason they think it's wrong, though, now I wonder if it's because they didn't get the results they wanted. And this goes into what I've been saying for a while, is that Judy Wood asks a lot of questions. She doesn't answer most of them. She goes, well, I don't know what this is. Question, and then moves on. Like, no, you're going to want to answer that. If you're saying that it might say that you're wrong, you should probably delve into that. But so she admits in this paper that she wrote that she's not sure about the data she's using. And so let's go back to gravitational potential energy comparison. The WR paper's comparison of the WTC collapse to the Kingdom demolitions also contain a red herring. In section 5 of the WR paper, the total gravitational potential energy, GPE, of the WTC towers is compared to the total GPE of the Kingdom. This comparison is made in order to attempt to extrapolate an expected seismic signal, or Richter scale reading, for the collapse of the Twin Towers. As a preliminary matter, the expected seismic signal calculated in the WR paper is demonstrably false. More importantly, though, it is unsurprising that the actual seismic signal for the collapse of the Twin Towers differs significantly from the expected seismic signal offered by the WR paper, as it will be demonstrated below. The Richter reading is an indication of the energy magnitude for an earthquake, but not an indication of the total GPE of a building for a building implosion. Yeah, so Richter scale is meant to measure signals from the earth sort of up. Debris falling and hitting the ground does not behave in the same way, or does not create the same type of signals. You have to account for a lot of stuff, as we already talked about, like force vectors and changing GPE as the falling debris strikes the building below it before stopping or continuing. So we go on with this paper. The WR paper calculates the total GPE of one WTC tower to be 30 times the total GPE of the kingdom, although these calculations are not provided in the text of the paper, like I was saying, which means it is extremely difficult, if not impossible, for the reader to verify their accuracy. Yeah, she like half does it and then doesn't explain enough of it to the point where you don't know where she's getting her data or how she's trying to calculate it. It then used the difference in total GPE to try and prove that the Richter scale reading for the collapse of one World Trade Center tower should have been larger than the Richter scale reading observed during the Kingdom demolition. Specifically, the WR paper often expected Richter scale reading for the collapses of the Twin Towers of 3.8, which is based on a Richter scale reading for the Kingdom demolition of 2.3. However, in the case of an earthquake, if the total amount of energy released during the earthquake is increased by a factor of approximately however, in the case of an earthquake, if the total amount of energy released during the earthquake is increased by a factor of approximately 32, the Richter scale reading will only increase by one whole number. This is consistent with what I found in the Geological Survey. I also was, it is log 10 based for magnitude. It is log 32 for energy. And then, he calls it out. For example, an earthquake with a Richter scale reading of 5 will have a release 32 times the amount of energy as an earthquake with a Richter scale reading of 4. The WR paper, and since this is based on energy, your potential energy, it should be measured in base 32, not in necessarily base 10 on the amplitude scale, although that would be relevant. But if you're doing potential energy, 32 should be used. Oh, CC is a flat earther? That name does sound familiar now that you mentioned that. Anywho. For example, an earthquake, the Richter scale reading 5, blah, blah, blah. We already did that. WR paper inexplicably associates an energy level increase of 30, which is less than 32. It does use 30. I don't know why. Instead of 32. With a Richter scale increase of 1.5, which is more than 1. Yeah, she does log 30 equals 1.5 when it should be log 32 equals 1. I don't know how that changes her data. She does not do the math sufficiently to establish why she's doing it this way, but we know that it should be log 32 equals 1, not log 30 equals 1.5. It doesn't make sense. The details of these expected seismic signal calculations need to be clearly shown, and this discrepancy needs to be explained. Based on data available for seismic waves generated by earthquakes, one would expect an energy increase of 30 times would increase the Richter scale by a reading of less than one whole number. Even assuming the expected seismic signal was correctly calculated in the WR paper, it's thoroughly unsurprising that the actual seismic signal produced by the Twin Towers collapse differed from it because the destruction of the Twin Towers exhibited vastly different characteristics than the destruction of the kingdom, as I've been saying. At the outset, it is important to note that no one disputes the fact that the demolition of the kingdom was different than the destruction observed during the collapse of the Twin Towers, as I've been saying. The WR paper even admits as much on page 2 by saying, quote, the kingdom demolition contrasts sharply with the destruction of the Twin Towers, end quote. This is also something I called out revisionist on. Being like, yes, we are both aware that it's a different demolition. That's why it looked different. It's a different event entirely. Where was I? The comparison of the GPEs in the WR paper is offered to disprove the idea that a conventional explosive-driven controlled demolition was used to bring down the Twin Towers. However, even if we assume that both collapsed were the result of controlled demolition using explosives, it does not automatically follow that the seismic signals of the collapses are able to be compared in any meaningful way. So basically what he's saying is she's comparing these two things as if they were both controlled demolitions. One was a controlled demolition. The towers were not. So that's not a fair comparison. But even if it were, and I like this guy, because that's how I do it. I go, I'm going to break this down. But even if it wasn't that, I've got another argument. But even if it wasn't that, I can break it down in a different way. And even if it wasn't that, I got more coming. I like that. That is my strategy. I respect this guy. Yeah, good for him. While he's done similar work, very a lot more than I have, though. He's gone much more detail. And I have seen parts of this. But mostly just to get the sources and do my own comparisons. While it is true that the Richter scale readings are used by seismologists to estimate the amount of energy released by an earthquake, the same methodology cannot be used after a building collapse or implosion to determine the total GPE that was originally in the building. By the same token, the amount of GPE in a building cannot be used to calculate as an expected seismic signal for a building collapse or implosion because, in the case of an earthquake, all the energy originates within the earth itself and is transferred through the earth in the form of seismic waves. The seismic waves travel through different rock strata in earth topography and are detected at receiving stations. The properties of the earth that the seismic waves travel through are generally well known and allow seismologists to accurately determine the location and, more importantly to this discussion, the magnitude of seismic signals of the event based on readings from the different receiving stations that detect the signals, after adjustments are made based on the known properties of the earth. Thus, the amount of energy released by the earthquake can be determined based on the magnitude or amplitude of the seismic signal. The WR paper appears to be analogizing the energy released by an earthquake with the total GPE available to a building before it collapses. This is an incorrect analogy because, as demonstrated below, only a percentage of the total GPE forms seismic waves because during a building collapse or implosion, the available GPE can be dissipated in several different ways, which do not involve transferring energy through the earth in the form of seismic waves. So when people in the chat were like, didn't have the right waves, yeah, because it's not an earthquake. It's not going to have the same function of an earthquake and the same reason an earthquake is not an earthquake. In other words, during a building collapse or implosion, all the total available GPE is transferred through the earth as seismic waves. Only a percentage of the total GPE comes in. The rest of the GPE is dissipated most notably during deformation of the building and its structural components, during the formation of rubble and dust, and due to air resistance as the rubble falls to the air. Furthermore, the percentage of the GPE dissipated through these other mechanisms would be expected to differ between the two collapses that exhibit different characteristics. And as stated previously, no one disputes that the collapse of the kingdom differed significantly from the collapses of the Twin Towers. Thus, it should be expected that the percentage of the total GPE available to the Twin Towers that was converted into seismic energy different from the percentage of the total GPE available to the kingdom that was converted into seismic energy. So, different building collapse styles yields different results. Therefore, we continue reading this paper. A meaningful comparison of the magnitude of the seismic signals generated by two different building demolitions necessarily takes into account only the amount of total GPE that was converted into seismic waves. If it is not taken into account, sorry, I'm reading this very quickly. Reason should be given as to why the assumption that the same percent of the total GPE was dissipated in both cases during deformation of the building and the formation of rubble and dust. Although it has not been explicitly stated in assumptions, it would appear that in performing the calculation of the question for the comparison of the kingdom and WCT tower collapses, WR paper has assumed that the same, hold on, where was I? Same percent of the total GPE available in each case will transfer into the earth in the form of seismic waves. However, no reason given as to why this assumption is an accurate representation of reality. This is true. It doesn't explain why she thinks this. In fact, there is no reason that can be possibly given to have the reader of the WR paper to accept the assumption that the same percentage of the total GPE forms seismic waves in both cases. Twin towers are demolished from the top down, blowing vast amounts of dust and debris out away from the building during the collapse and pulverizing much of the concrete and other material into very fine dust. Somewhat because that's how concrete falling from 110 stories behaves. This is, yeah. Some large sections of debris lodge themselves into nearby structures and never even reach the ground. Yeah, Judy Wood is confused about there are damages to other buildings. We didn't see that with the Kingdom. It's like, yeah, well, the Kingdom was the demolition meant to avoid that. The towers, there was no such thing. So when things are hitting and things are going flying, it's going to cause damage. But she doesn't understand that a building collapsing in an uncontrolled way is uncontrolled. It's insane. That she's like, why were the buildings damaged? I don't believe that needs much explaining. The Kingdom collapsed in its own footprint with relatively less pulverized concrete generated during the demolition. It is clear, therefore, that the characteristics of the WC demolitions were vastly different from the demolitions of the Kingdom. And to be clear, the demolition doesn't mean controlled demolition. It means the building was demolished through some means. In this case, a plane flying into it, and then a bunch of fire, and then a collapse. So the reader of the WR paper has learned what the reader already knew, namely that the characteristics of the WTC demolitions were different from the characteristics of the demolition of the Kingdom. It's so good. That's what I called out revisionist on. I'm like, yes, it was different. We all know this. The fact clearly apparent from a simple viewing of the myriad available videos of both events. The actual seismic signals for the collapse of the Twin Towers are not what would be expected using WR paper's calculations based on the collapse of the Kingdom is unsurprising. The difference between the WR paper's expected seismic signal and the actual seismic signal, signal simply means that during the collapse of the Twin Towers, a smaller percentage of the total available GPE went into the Earth in the form of seismic waves that occurred during the Kingdom collapse. WR thesis attributes this difference to the use of space beams to vaporize buildings, including some of the steel. However, this ignores the alternative reasonable explanation that GPE of the Twin Towers was dissipated in other ways, such as during the building deformation, rubble and dust formation, and due to air resistance during freefall. WR paper has not even attempted to demonstrate why this alternative explanation for the GPE dissipation is unreasonable or unexpected. In sum, the WR paper should show in detail all its calculations and assumptions before the simple GPE comparison can be considered scientifically valid. I agree with that. I agree with that entirely. You get a ding on that. It does not show all of the work, and it does not attempt to go, wait, but if we do this with like more reasonable things. And then Judy Wood's like, nobody even bothered to suggest a space laser. It's like, yeah, because they figured it out through a normal explanation. Why would they put in the penguins? God, I was very happy with that. Where he's, they were named as defendants. The military was named as defendants. Like, cool. And I was named as a defendant in a frivolous lawsuit. That doesn't mean I did the thing. In fact, the judge in all but one of the claims against me, which is still ongoing, has said, oh yeah, no, you didn't do that. Like, the burden of proof has not been met. And then we just have one more thing to deal with to get the entire thing dismissed. But the other party is not participating in providing discovery as they have been ordered to do by the court. And it would appear that they are in violation of 5 court orders now. It's the whole thing. That's not what this stream is going to be about. So, yeah, she's like, I have an unreasonable theory. Why didn't the government pay to test that theory? And the government's like, why would we? She goes, I'm going to sue you then. And then she failed. And it went, and people are like, yeah, she sued, therefore. Cool. So she believed it enough to sue. Nobody else believed her enough to let her win. Or the government's corrupt. No, in the Supreme Court ruling saying no, it very clearly explains why. Without any corruption available. And oh man, but that's the mindset of like, in an investigation, the scientific method. Do you agree with this quote? That if evidence supports the theory, then the theory is true. Like, no, I think it's more likely to be true. But sometimes you have evidence that suggests a thing, and then you find out that that thing is not correct. And then I went, so some people are sometimes wrongfully convicted, and like they'll spend time in jail, and then DNA evidence will absolve them of it, right? And he goes, yeah, because people are planting evidence. It's like, you dumb person, stop. This happens without evidence being planted. This is entirely possible because you are convicted by a jury of your peers. And if they are convinced, ta-da, right? It happens. It happens without planted evidence. So no, evidence of a thing is not inherently proof that this thing is 100% true. God, it's this mindset. Kills me. All right. Reasonable data. Beep, bop, boop. Oh, and then this guy, James Gourley, cites Controlled Demolitions Inc. description of the challenges they overcame in the Kingdom demolition and how they reduced the amount of dust or the amount of vibrations or whatever they were doing. Implicates the foregoing passage from CDI is that first and foremost, ground vibrations can be controlled using explosive alone. So I think contradicts the central thesis of the WR paper, which is that using a space beam would be the only method of capable of dissipating the GPE and thus controlling the ground shaking caused by the collapse. Yeah. Oh, fatally contradicts its own arguments. Another section of this paper. It's a great paper. Let me link this to you if anyone wants to. I mean, it's a read, but if you're into this sort of thing, and I'm into this sort of thing, let me give you some links. Because now I'm here. Like, this is my day. I had 0 other plans for today. I'm not going to go forever. So this is the critique of one of her papers. It will lead you to her website. There are links in that paper. But if you want to look at the book, let me pull that up for you. Yeah, if you want her to go through her book. So I'm not just making this all up. You can check this on your own. Everything I talk about should be fact checkable. If I don't have enough information that I present as factual, ask for it and I will provide it. I try to provide it sufficiently every time, but yeah. Where was I? All right, fatally. All right, even assuming the seismic data upon which, even assuming, God, I love the even assuming the seismic data upon which the WR thesis relies is valid, the supporting paper still suffers from another fundamental scientific flaw. It presents data that directly contradicts its own arguments. Specifically in section 3, the WR paper asserts that, quote, the bathtub was not built to withstand such colossal impact. We may be assured because New York is not an active seismic zone, end quote. It should be noted that although it refers to figure 20, it must be referring to figure 19 for the statement to make sense. WR paper also states in section 4, quote, New York is not located in a major earthquake zone, see figure 19 below, so designers would not anticipate designing and building with the likelihood of surviving major earthquakes, end quote. These statements fail in 3 respects. First, figure 19, which the WR paper used to support its proposition that New York City is not an active seismic zone, actually depicts many filled-in circles in the lower right-hand corner of New York. Figure 19 of the WR paper is reproduced below. There we go. There. See all that? See all that red? I'm not blocking anybody with my voice. Yo, we might hit 4 hours. I know I said I wouldn't. It wasn't going to be a debate for 4 hours. I said that. But, yeah, his debate was like an hour, just a little over an hour before he rage quit because I wasn't letting him be dumb. Sorry. Welcome to my channel. Be better. I'm not sorry. All right. Based on the legend of figure 19, indicated in fact New York City is in an active seismic zone because, look at all that. Because WR paper's own figure 19 admits that the New York City is in an active seismic zone, it has given no support for the argument or assumption referred to above that engineers, quote, would not anticipate designing and building, quote, or end quote, the bathtub to withstand an earthquake. Yeah, this is a common theme with her. She'll just make an assumption and be like, yeah, people say. What people? Who? And the conspiracy theorists, they do the same thing because they also don't know. They have no idea because everyone's just repeating this unsupported information. Like, well, someone else said it. Who said it? Cool, it's a game of telephone based on hearsay. Well done. Not good evidence. It's terrible evidence. Second, the WR paper admits that an earthquake of a magnitude 2.4 Richter scale hit New York City in January 2001. The contrast between the contention that New York City is not an active seismic zone and the acknowledgement of an earthquake actually occurring in New York City could not be more apparent. This is incredible. Especially when combined with an accurate interpretation of figure 19, this acknowledgement in the WR paper demonstrates that it cannot stand up to scientific scrutiny because it clearly contradicts its own argument in a very important way. If New York City is, in fact, an active seismic zone, then we have every reason to believe that the engineers designed it to withstand major earthquakes. And if it was designed to withstand major earthquakes, it is reasonable to believe that the bathtub would survive the ground shaking caused by the collapse of the Twin Towers. Third, additional credible data is available that indicates New York City is located in an active seismic zone. Ta-da! Right there. That little... You can't see my mouse. But anyway, I figure graphically demonstrates that the area of Manhattan is at an elevated risk of seismic activity as compared to the surrounding areas. So that would be... there we go. That'd be right about in here. That's... sorry, is it? It's hard. It's a small map. I'm trying to figure out how to move my hand in 3D space, but with a 2D. Anyway, yeah, right in here, you see how that's green and blue? And then green and blue, and it's not white. Sorry, it's not white. It has color. Yeah, she is wrong. Proof of damage to the bathtub. Thus far, the WR paper has used corrupted data and accurately interpreted its own data. However, the WR thesis fails in a still another way. Grammatically, I'll call it out left and right. Fails in a still another way. I don't think that's grammatically correct. Regardless, and inaccurately interpreted its own data. However, the WR thesis still fails in... sorry, I just read that. What am I doing? It has not provided any data that would indicate that the bathtub was not damaged during the destruction of the World Trade Center towers. WR paper's main sources of data to support the contention that the bathtub was not damaged are in section 3 and consists of a few quotes from the New York Times and a Spike TV documentary, along with several pictures of the WTC site. However, none of the data presented supported this contention. The WR paper cites 2 news sources as evidence that the bathtub was not damaged. It first quotes the New York Times saying, Quote, to the relief of the engineers, there is no evidence that the 70-foot deep retaining wall around the basement has been damaged or breached, although the collapse of the towers left one section perilously unsupported, end quote. It later quotes the New York Times as saying, quote, considering the devastation of the trade center and the fact that the tunnels were only 5 feet below the road surface in some places, complete tunnel collapses were not as extensive as some engineers had feared, end quote. It also quotes a Spike TV documentary where one worker reportedly said, quote, you know, it was amazing it didn't really damage that much. If they had fallen over sideways, could you imagine the damage to lower Manhattan? Meaning if the towers had gone as opposed to, because if they went like that, there's not much stopping them. Like, they're going to be hitting on the buildings, and that force, boom, as opposed to collapsing on itself, where it's sort of hitting itself, slowing down, dispersing in a conical shape, which we know to be true because that 3D model that MES decided to bring up that actually helps prove him wrong. He does not know that. He owns a thing that proves him wrong. It's fun. It's fine. But if they had smack, right? Oh boy. Potentially much worse. Also going to be hitting on probably a lot of other buildings in the way. These are the only news reports that WR paper cites in support of its assertion that the bathtub was not damaged, hardly a comprehensive review of the historical record. Even if the foregoing quotes constitute the universe of available news coverage regarding damage to the bathtub, they do not support the contention that the bathtub was not damaged. For example, the New York Times quotes actually indicated that there was, in fact, damage to the bathtub. In the first quote, leaving one section, quote, perilously unsupported, end quote, surely qualifies as significant damage. It apparently doesn't qualify as damage according to the WR thesis because it wasn't a breach. However, a wall breach is not the only damage that could possibly occur. The second New York Times quote merely states that the tunnel collapse was, quote, not as extensive as some engineers had feared, end quote. Notice that the engineer did not say, quote, there was no damage to the tunnels, end quote. In fact, if there had been absolutely no tunnel collapse, the story probably would have said exactly that. On the contrary, the story seems to indicate that there had been at least some instances of complete tunnel collapse because it was, quote, not as extensive, end quote, as feared. The Spike TV citation is even worse, as it does not even mention the bathtub. The potential damage caused by a building falling over sideways is more likely to reference to damage to surrounding buildings, not damage to the bathtub. Yeah. This is what the conspiracists are using as like their Bible, is what this paper I'm reading is tearing apart. It is incredible. Well done to this guy. I'd like to shake his hand. I really would. More important, he's like, yeah, scientists don't want to touch this. Like, because it's nonsense. What is there to touch? It's very easy to look at it and go, right? Their response would be, this isn't how science works. They're scared. They have PTSD. No, I don't think so. Maybe some people do, but not every scientist ever. More importantly, the WR paper citations of only 2 news sources, only one of which even arguably supports this position, ignores many other reports that the bathtub was heavily damaged during the WTC demolition. Cherry picking. For example, a news article titled, quote, half of WTC bathtub basement damaged by twin towers fall, end quote, available here. And there's a link to it. I think that link is broken. I did check this one. Dated October 8th, 2001 states, visual surveys indicate roughly 50% of the 7-layered basement structure of the World Trade Center is now rubble as a result of the impact of the collapse of the twin 110-story towers outside the tower footprint. The section of greatest concern within the so-called 1,000 by 500 foot, 1,000 by 500 foot bathtub is along its south side. There, a 200 by 30 foot hole from 40 to 70 feet deep sits between the tub's perimeter slurry wall and the remains. It's very boring stuff. Part of the South Tower fell and collapsed everything, says Joel L. Volterra, an engineer with Musler Rutledge Consulting Engineers. So he's a local engineer on the bathtub. Engineers are busy drawing up emergency tieback, bracing, and shoring schemes so that the contractors can start mobilizing tieback rigs this week or next to anchor the south perimeter of the 70-foot deep slurry wall. They wouldn't have to do that. There was no damage, right? That's so interesting. Another article from New York One News titled, Workers Rush to Repair Huge Hole in WTC Bathtub. Oh, wow. Yeah. So, cherry picking. WR paper also represents the following graphic representation of the bathtub area damage produced by the New York Times. Caption to the figure in the WR paper states, quote, 4 of the 7 PATH train cars from WTC were not damaged, end quote. Of course, text above and to the right of the figure states, quote, 3 of its 7 cars were crushed, end quote. Emphasis added because it's in bold. Right there. Yeah. Notwithstanding the fact that the WR papers tried to spin the evidence presented to support its position, the statement by the New York Times that cars were crushed directly contradicts earlier statements in the WR paper about the state of the PATH trains and stations and reinforces this paper's interpretation of the second New York Times quotation in the WR paper regarding the extent of the complete class discussed previously. My God. Et cetera, toasted cars, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, fire is hot. Ooh, mysterious holes. Yeah, debris hitting a building will cause damage. Like, Ooh. So yeah, her stuff is nonsense, and that paper does a really good job of calling her out, and I love it. And I've seen some of it, and then I went and I found the sources and I tried to do my own independent analysis, and it's nice that we got very similar results. So, yeah. All right. Raven Darkstar says, shortly after 9/11, I saw a video that was a building several blocks away from the towers that came down that day. Demo charged. My question about it was it from a different day or was just scheduled for that time? So my suspicion is that this was one of the World Trade Center buildings, possibly 3, 6, 7. I think they were all demolished because they all sustained a lot of damage. I know that one of them was demolished after the fact. So Building 3 was demolished after the fact. I believe Building 5 was demolished after the fact. I think Building 6 probably demolished after the fact because they sustained a lot of damage. Like, we're just going to take them all down. And it was Building 7 collapsed on its own. Building 3 significantly damaged. Not fully collapsed, but it was a hotel. It was a lot of windows. But yeah, they did controlled demolitions after the fact because the buildings were no longer structurally sound. And I believe the ground underneath it was no longer supportive of buildings in that structure. And they needed to just sort of fix it all. I believe. This is just off the top of my head. I'm sure there's more data on it. If I knew which building it was, let me see. Let's check Building 6. When was WTC 6 demolished? 6 World Trade Center. But what day? During the September 11th attacks, the collapse of the North Tower destroyed a large section of 6 World Trade Center. 2 days later, within the crushed section of the building, 2 steel beams connected in the shape of a cross were found, believed to be debris from the tower. The beams have since become known as the World Trade Center Cross and is displayed within the National September 11th Memorial and Museum. The building's ruins were demolished to make way for reconstruction of the current World Trade Center site. Do we have a date? Oh, no, New York Times. No, don't make me pay. Stamp it. It was demolished as part of the cleanup. But when? When? I mean, afterwards. All right, let's try a different building. Let's see what we got. See, 5. All right, the main structure. Okay, so structure was 118 feet tall and had a black exterior. It suffered severe damage, partial collapse on its upper floors as a result of the September 11th attack of 2001. The remaining structure was demolished by the Port Authority in December 2001. So that one remained standing for a couple months. New York Times. Oh, I pulled away from it. I no longer have it. We don't. I mean, that doesn't really. I mean, I could try to pull it up. Let's see. No. Oh, where'd I put it? I'm pulling it back up. Just later. Picture was demolished. All right. This is what it links to as the source. But yes, there were buildings that were demolished later. My mustache is out of the way because they were too damaged. They were just like, just get rid of them all. Because you also had all the stuff underground that you had to repair because the bathtub was in fact damaged, despite people being very confused about that. Yeah. What else we got, folks? Before I end this, you're what's keeping it running. I'm having a good time. This is my day. This is my plan for the day. Not the entire day. Most of this is unusable. I don't plan on making... Well, maybe I'll make plans. Maybe in a little bit, I'll go through the debate portion and be like, all right, is any of this usable? Because mostly it's me just yelling at him. You know? I mean, I believe that someone's trying to argue that this was an inside job, but if it's several blocks away, it may have been an entirely different thing. Or maybe it did sustain damage and like, well, it's an excuse to, the insurance will pay for it, so let's just get another building. I don't know. Grip Guy says, as engineers and scientists struggle to explain the collapse of 7 World Trade Center, they have begun considering whether a type of fuel that was inside the buildings all along created intensely hot fires like those in the towers. Diesel fuel, thousands of gallons of it, intended to run electricity generators in a power failure. One tank holding 6,000 gallons of fuel was in the building to provide power to the command bunker on the 23rd floor. Yes, so in the NIST report, I think they actually say that might have contributed, but it wouldn't have necessarily had to, because there were diesel generators in the basements. And so the thought was that would be an intensely hot fire, very, very hot fire. But I think ultimately they said, regardless of whether or not contributed, it doesn't necessarily have to, based on the other factors that we have observed in the evidence that we are analyzing in our the simulations we've run. The heat of the fire does not actually have to be as hot as we initially suspected, because we found at lower temperatures in our simulations, there's actual thermal expansion that decouples the beams, or other sciencey words that they used, and the disconnecting of these beams with the damage sustained already was certainly sufficient to cause a collapse. So other reports came out and like, we don't agree with that. But the main report that disagreed with it used less data and didn't analyze the full building. Like, we're only going to analyze these couple floors because it's very expensive, or it was at the time, probably still is, to run these computer models. And so they said, we don't actually believe that, but they didn't really follow through with like, this is what we have found it was. They just go, don't think so. And then the counter argument is, well, why didn't you do simulations of the entire building instead of just a couple of floors? And also you're assuming that this damage was not here when we know that it was. And then the counter argument to that is, well, why didn't NIST release all of the data they were inputting? And then the counter argument to that is, do they have to? Like, their report was very comprehensive. If that's a requirement, great. But like, if you had it, would you have the means to actually use it? And is there information that they actually can't put out because it's some sort of, business trade secret of like, yeah, the building is built this way and it is I don't know if that would make sense. I don't know how it all works. I made a lot of faces. I went full goof in this debate. Like, it was, I basically just stopped him at not every opportunity, but many of them, to be like, no, we're going to address the thing you've just said because it's wrong. And then he'd try to move on and I'd be like, nope. So it was more of an educational lesson than it was a debate. Vaccines and raw milk next. I don't want to touch vaccines. I am supportive of vaccines. If you don't want to get vaccinated, don't get vaccinated, but understand the consequences, both to yourself and others. That's what I'll say. If you don't want to, I don't want to say too much about it. I am vaccinated. I was one of the first people in the country to get vaccinated for COVID. I was one of the first people to be given the opportunity to, because I was with the National Guard, and I've been put on orders to make sure people got food during the lockdown. And the National Guard was like amongst the first wave of people that it was offered to. And I was amongst one of the first waves of people within the National Guard to get it. And I knew that it's going to be mandatory. I want to be out there helping people. And if this is the consequence to helping people, fine. If I am willing to go deploy to fight for what I think is right and get shot at and blown up, this is not worse than that. And so I volunteered. And my friend and I, we both went and we got it. And it meant that I was able to help people by making sure they had food. I do not regret that. Not everybody is in the same position as I was. Some people have, there are a lot of reasons that you might not want it. But if you're saying, I'm not going to wear a mask, I'm not going to get a vaccine, I'm still going to go shopping in crowds and cough on people, I think you're wrong. If you don't want to take steps that have been shown to be effective, and I know there's a lot of debate about how effective they are, and a lot of people are wrong and are misreading these studies, and I've gone through them. My God. I have strong feelings about it. If you don't want to do it, fine. Stay out of public. Order food, have people help you out. I don't know. But people are not going to be happy with me in either direction for saying that. For saying you do have a choice, but your choice has consequences. Either direction. Sometimes you have to make a decision. It's hard. Now, the milk thing. Oh, polio. Oh, and how it eradicated polio mostly, although I think someone just recently got it. Yeah, there's that. The milk thing, the pasteurized milk, the unpasteurized milk. A lot of people have a lot of feelings about it. I like pasteurized milk. I like the taste. I don't really care about the health benefits. That's not what I drink it. I like milk. Or I did. I haven't had milk in a while. Mommy gets upset now. But some people feel strongly about it. Cool. Drink your milk the way you want to drink your milk. Oh yeah, HBot says another important detail is that the store rules are not optional. They say you have to wear a mask. You have to wear a mask. It's not a right to shop in a store without one. Yeah, it's private business. They can make those rules. There's an Air Force that's still giving smallpox vaccine. I think I got the smallpox vaccine. I got a lot of vaccines during the military. And that's the other thing is like, people are like, I don't know about this vaccine. Like, you joined. You are so heavily vaccinated in the military. Like, I don't quite understand your argument. And the argument became, well, it hasn't been tested. Like, it has been heavily tested. The long-term effects are not known. But the long-term effects of the vaccine should not be worse than the long-term effects of the actual thing you're being vaccinated against. That shouldn't in any way be how it's going to be. And for me, being one of the people going out in the public to get people food, I knew that I was probably going to get it. And so I'm like, I'm going to get the vaccine because either I get the small version of it or I get the real thing and maybe I have permanent damage. My roommate, Will, we like Will. We're planning some bigger projects. He has, he's starting to do, someone's honking, starting to do some creative stuff. It's really good. It's really cool. I'm really proud of him. He's a nurse. During COVID, he was the point of contact for receiving updates on what procedures were for like schools and government buildings, because as hospitals became more and less full, the lockdown parameters changed, because as the hospitals came too full, lockdown restrictions increased to sort of keep the hospitals from getting swamped. That's what, like, people are like, why did it change so much? Because of the hospitals, because of the manpower and the space in the hospitals. That was a major factor. And so the schools, the government, whatever, they would call my roommate. He was the point of contact. And they'd be like, what's the newest stuff? And he'd be like, all right, so I just had a meeting with the governor. I don't know who he had meetings with. Important people. This is what they say. He was in the midst of it, and he's also doing the nursing stuff. He got COVID. It almost killed him. He had a heart attack in my driveway. He is younger than I am. I came home from work, and he's sitting there just... And I'm like, whoa, are you okay? He's like, I'm having a heart attack. Like a small one, but I'm just like, oh, geez, what? I'm going to call the 911. He goes, they're on their way. Hey, can you get my wallet for my pants in my room? Super calm. I mean, everything's... No. He knows what's up. And he handled it very well. But he has potentially permanent, and not to share his story. I now feel bad because it's not really my story to tell. But he's approved it in the past. Should run it by him again just to make sure he still feels that way. He's a great guy. He's a really great guy. But he got the real thing. I got it after being vaccinated. Because vaccines don't stop it entirely. It just helps your body fight it. And I tell you, it hurt. It sucked every time. If I hadn't been vaccinated, I hesitate to think of how bad it would have been. So there's a lot. I have a lot of feelings about it that I don't really want to relive. I was real mad for a lot of the pandemic about a lot of people. Thanks. All right. Now someone else had something. Lance Guy says that's one thing I don't get is why CDC and WHO never really push the "it's not just about you, dummy" angle. Yeah, it's I think there was some of that, but whether people listen to it, that's my thing is if I'm willing to, and this is an experience and a thought that does not apply to everybody. Not everybody is in the position I am, nor am I in their position. So I don't want to tell them what is best necessarily, but from my point of view, if I'm willing to deploy and hit IEDs and get shot, that is not worse than a vaccine. And if getting the vaccine and deploying are both means for me to attempt to defend something that I believe in, it's a lot of eyes, a lot of personal opinions. Why would I be scared of a vaccine? If I'm prepared to die for my country, why am I scared of this vaccine? Long-term effects, cool. Disability pay, thank you very much. Something that I was always a thing that I considered to be a possibility that I will get if I ever go to combat. I haven't yet. Tried. Still trying. Not as hard though, not nearly as hard. I'm still ready to. But there's this mentality that I just like, I don't think you're thinking this through. The drones. There are a couple things. One, military bases across the country have been experiencing more drone activity. I don't know if that's the same as the New Jersey drones. The military-based drones are violating federal law. And it appears to be, I wouldn't say likely, but there is a strong chance that the drones over military bases are for the purpose of obtaining information that's not available to the public. The New Jersey drones, I don't know much about. Other than they're drones. Ripsaw Mark II. But your injuries are not service related. Oh, it would be easy to prove. It would be easy to prove with the vaccine stuff because it was a mandate. But I mean, it might be a little bit of work. Anyway, so the New Jersey stuff. So there are a bunch of drones. People are like, "What are these drones? We're confused about the drones. We're scared about the drones." And a bunch of mayors like sign a petition to the governor to be like, "We want answers." And the governor's like, "Well, it's not. It doesn't appear that there's a public danger that this is creating." And that's interesting because it suggests the possibility that these drones aren't being flown illegally. Now, you can fly drones in New Jersey. Different counties, different cities might have different rules about it. But if that's the case, then the counties and the cities should be the ones addressing it because it's a violation of city ordinance or county ordinance. Counties have ordinance? I don't know. It's New Jersey. Who cares? I'm just kidding. New Jersey is, parts of it are nice. So there seems to be the possibility that these drones are being flown lawfully. And some of the drones appear fairly large. Some are like, they're school bus size. I don't believe they're school bus size. Not like quadcopter drones or hexcopter drones. If it's fixed wing drones, maybe, yeah, sure, maybe. But not, I don't know if quadcopter drones would be school bus sized or why that would make sense. What my thought is that this might be like a tech startup who didn't think to contact the government and be like, hey, we're going to do a thing just in case you're worried about it. Or it's an established company that might know that they are slightly not correct and are more, we're going to ask for forgiveness instead of permission. And to fly large drones, you are supposed to have them registered and have a license, but that's really easy to do. It's very easy to do. I have a registered drone with not a commercial license. If these are being used commercially, you need a commercial license. Otherwise, you just need to register it. There's very little. Well, depending on the size. And I have no reason to believe these aren't registered and licensed operators. It very well could be like a geospatial company. And the fact that these are being flown at night suggests to me, as a theory, not knowing what's actually happening, this might be a LiDAR based situation where they're doing not ground penetration, but foliage penetration to map the terrain with drones very, very accurately. And you don't need it to be daytime for that, as long as you have your running lights on your drone. And so since we're seeing it at night, it doesn't make sense that these would be doing surveillance or spying because it's nighttime, unless they're using thermal or infrared. But even then, like if you're doing infrared at streetlights, you're not going to get a good image. Thermal, fine, but like of what? What thermal data are you getting? Like I don't know about that. My theory is that this is a tech company that is doing topology mapping with LiDAR carrying drones. It's a very common thing in sort of the drone industry, commercial drones. Yeah, SUV size is insane. But they might be seeing as two drones flying next to it. I don't know. Let me pull up the FAA maps. I don't know if those do anything for me. These are all drone things. New York has a lot. There's Philly, Stanford, New Haven. Are these no-fly zones, or are these? What is? Okay. I see. Sorry, you guys can't see what I'm looking at. It's Maine. What is this? Global identifier. That looks like a no-fly zone. Chemical aeronautics. Yeah, I'd have to figure that out in more detail. All right, 6-foot-long drones. They're not civilian drones. They are police or military. They're training exercises in the airports. No, they are there. That would make sense too. But if they're calling to the airports, why is nobody communicating? I mean, because I guess they don't have to. Why do the mayors not know about it? Why are they not going, police, what's happening? And the police are like, oh yeah, that's us, sorry. Like, that might just be a breakdown in communication. SUV size might just be helicopters. That's fair. Yeah, the thing is, it's just how confused people seem that made me think, well, the government's not doing this then, unless anybody, oh, well, the FBI or the CIA. No, they'll inform the locals about that as deconfliction. There's a thing called deconfliction, where if you have multiple agencies that might overlap in a thing. So, like, say you have a drug house, and your local police want to go raid it and capture the people with the FBI, or let's say not FBI, let's say ATF. ATF has, they've been running a sting operation. They're preparing for 6 months, and then your local police department finds out about it, and they plan it 2 weeks after finding out about it. For a major event, you would file a deconfliction report to something like a fusion center, which is a government agency that coordinates between federal and state and various law enforcement agencies throughout the area. And so you would file and you say, we're about to do this thing. And then if someone else has filed earlier, so like if the ATF filed 6 months ago, they would, like, alarm bells would start ringing somewhere. And someone would give a call to everybody and go, no, pause. You're still good. You guys, 2 weeks out, absolutely not. You cannot do this. There's already a thing going. And it's specifically to stop people from, like, pulling guns on other agencies who are undercover or something. And HBot says, I wouldn't be shocked to learn it's all one big coordinated TikTok prank. There's also that. This could all be just people having fun, except some of the drones are do look like they are commercial sized, like not, because my drone is like this big. If we're talking the bigger ones, like the several tens of thousands of dollar drones, that's more than a prank. But it could be there's a small amount of legitimate drones doing commercial stuff, doing police stuff, and then other people are flying their other drones just to be a part of it. That's entirely possible. God, I just hit 4 hours. What am I doing with my life? But, I mean, they are UFOs because they're, unidentified, some of them, but not necessarily alien UFOs. There's a difference. Now, I'm going to probably go have lunch. Yeah. And I'll see you guys later. I hope you enjoyed my YouTube shorts. Go check them out. And I'll have like a main video releasing. Actually, you know what? No. Sorry, I was going to do a thing. I record a thing, but it's 4 hours. I want to have to edit out of a 4 hour thing. I do need a nap. I'm very tired. My eyes. I'm going to go lay down, get some food. But you guys have been great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining me during the chaos that was that. And until the next time, ladies and gentlemen, be good, stay safe.